Ding, ding, market open. Good morning, Wolfpack. How we doing? Happy Monday. Hope you guys had a great weekend as we get ready for another wild week in the stock market. Hope everyone's doing well. Go ahead and give the stream a like. Let's get this going. Saw a lot of you in here early. I got Frank hanging out with me this morning. See who else tracks in here as we tackle this Monday. Obviously, the big news of the weekend, no ceasefire deal reached. JD Vance and crew didn't reach any type of agreement with Iran out there in Islamabad, Pakistan. Turned around and flew home. Market gap down and has worked its way back. We're sitting at Friday's lows here, which is pretty interesting to me, honestly. We're only down 0.25%. SPX is diving. What's up, Frankie? I saw you. I guess I heard you this morning. Actually, I didn't see you. I heard you. Goldman had some bad earnings, it sounded like.
I don't know if they were bad. It's just down. I think that their trading area was down a little.
INTC is up.
Double beat, small double beat, but double beat.
Yeah.
Boy, I got no. My son poked me in the eye yesterday. My eyes all bother me. It's always fun. There we go. Chat, who all's here this morning? What's up? You might be able to take a short here against previous day's low. I don't know. The gap is not that big. I mean, obviously we had a lot of movement overnight, but 0.25% gap would not be crazy to see that go get filled. But you are rejecting previous day's low right here. You've been pumping all the way into the open. See what happens. I'm not taking it. I did make a little bit of money trading last night, so it's always good to have a little bit under the belt going into a Monday morning. Finster's already in it. There you go. Chase, what's up? Oh, yeah, rain. You can't pour concrete in the rain. Who else is in here this morning? What's up, Colin? Paris, good morning. Daryl, Gabriel, Sliderman. Is that what does it say Sliderman? Because I like that name. What is Nebius doing? I haven't. This one just keeps running away from me. And we talked about this cup and handle playing out beautifully on the daily here. I like that. I like that. What's up, Matthew? What's up, Ticker Tap? Paper Chaser, Rafi's. Who else is in here? Does it say Reed? What's up, Reed? Frozzy, Keegan, I see you guys. Smart's in here, Grambo. With a crew's ready to go on this Monday. That's what I like to see. Let's go. Turn me up. Frank, I guess the good news is we're not just like bombing them to bits again.
No. I think that you know, this is the negotiation continues. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The market kind of told us. I mean, even though oil's 7% higher, you know, we kind of climbed all night.
SPX is open up at, and yeah, apparently it's nowhere to be found.
I saw it early. I didn't get on board on the long side, but I was like, I'm not fighting this. This is
Yeah, I started out shorting, and then once it broke back over, I did what's probably one of the hardest things for me to do personally, which was just flip and go to the other side and ride it for a little bit. So worked out. Who else was in here? What's up, Mike? Bionic, KB, Miami Saints, Derek. What's up?
For some sort of continuation into this gap.
SPX frozen for anyone.
Looking like we want to do that.
Mine's moving. Double check and make sure you don't have or you have data or whatever. I saw that happen. That happened to me last night. Make sure my new squawker's going over here. I got my coffee ready to tackle Monday. Finster's in the short already. Under 6,800 on SPX. What does that do for us? See if it takes us down another 10, 15 points to this value over here. Nice short, Finster. I like it.
Everyone's here trying to have a little different. See how this plays out.
A little 15-minute gap, 146.50 here. If it's happening to that, it might be a little long from there.
This kind of makes you wonder what we're going to try to do today.
Strong sense of where this market actually wants to go.
It's hard on a Sunday night to put a whole lot of credence into what's going on.
Same.
Pretty thin at times.
Entry criteria is great, but the entry criteria doesn't fit yes. My draw is incorrect. Pakistani Prime Minister says we are working to resolve this issue.
It's pretty good little trim spot there.
yeah. My SPX is frozen on my screen. It's the only thing that's frozen.
Interesting. Mine's moving here. Here's the 1 minute chart. In case anybody needs it. Trading at 795 right now, just bounced off of 790,
Trading
6790.
is frozen for sure.
Last time when the futures opened, my data wasn't moving.
Kind of holding the top gaps for bigger time frame range right
Open up another platform.
CRDO right into the 200 day up there at the high. See if we've got any well, I told you guys on like Friday I wanted us to go 500 points lower. I guess we basically did that. We didn't go as low as I wanted us to, but it could still be a work in progress here. I don't know. The peace negotiation stuff is, you know, whatever, even though it fell apart, it's still interesting to me because we're not like escalating things
up 5.27% now.
in like we're gonna bomb you to pieces type of sense, I guess would be the term.
Marvell at 3.28. Crowd still up 2%.
I mean, we are threatening to like just take over ships or something, but it could be much worse.
That and Bandit.
Absolutely insane. I exercised some intel because. Oh yeah. Like
I don't.
August, September, something. I'm like, you know what? I'm exercising besides like that $18.
Where's SPY?
Something like that. I'm like, yep, I think I'll take it.
Yeah.
It's gonna keep going.
I still want SPY to come back down to 670.
That one, I was like, yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Statistically, we should touch previous day's low on SPY, but we are rejecting that right now in QQQ.
I know you played some SoFi back in the day. Maybe SoFi Hood. Palantir.
So rejecting here, you had to run up into it with EMAs pushing upside. And I know Finster grabbed that short. I mean, that's a perfect rejection at Friday's session low. Oh yeah, Rizzo swung short. He covered, I think he covered pretty much everything on the open. I don't know. I think it is interesting as we see the reactions get smaller and smaller. Also, after pushing up like we did, here's QQQ. After pushing up like we did, it makes sense to come back in here and back test. And the fact that we were basically down, what, 1.5% at the most last night. And honestly, that's just, you know, weekend futures hedging stuff. I look at it this way. I mean, we're down a 1/3%. Not even down 100 points from Friday's close. There's a lot of ways this gets really interesting this week. And we have earnings. The rest of all your banks tomorrow. That's going to be interesting. All right. I was kind of gonna look around the market here and see what we're doing. CrowdStrike is pumping, it's up. Palantir is up, but coming back in. Broadcom's still decently strong overall. Microsoft's coming in. Tesla to 350 half gap. That one actually looks decently strong this morning. Everything else is red. Apple, Nvidia weak. Amazon a little bit weak relatively. It's kind of a messy Monday morning here. Anybody buying Microsoft for long term? I mean, it all depends on your strategy. Every time I see this question, it depends on your strategy, your timing, and everything. I mean, if you're planning on buying and holding Microsoft for 5 more years minimum, I think you can buy it almost anywhere you want. We're talking about one of the, best companies in the whole stock market. What time does that naval blockade start? I think it starts at 10 a.m. Eastern. Here you go, Finster. Finster, where's your target on the short? You going for 170, 150s, 120s? Scale and trail along the way. 10 a.m. All right, appreciate that, guys. Well, big shout out to the chat. I love how you guys, I mean, if you're new around here, we call this the Wolfpack for a reason. Everybody is here in this together. Nice short, Finsters. Probably a decent trim spot here. 25K on NDX is a few points lower, actually. I can adjust this with the new opening data. About 15 points lower, 13 points lower. It's going to be right in here somewhere, so I can just delete this other line. But yeah, this is the Wolfpack, guys. Help each other out, ask questions, chat it up with each other, talk with me. We're all on the same team here, except for Rooster. Who knows where Rooster is? Yeah, the other thing is, any stock that's been getting hammered, I mean, sure, we had a almost 10% correction in the market, but I don't know. It'd be interesting. It all depends on your time horizon and your strategy. Anything, some of these software names that are down 60% or more, those seem almost more interesting. There we go. Wolfpack, shout out. But we're just kind of in between. It was a decent spot to short in queue for a trade here into kind of a pretty decent trim spot. Oil still trying to come in. Hasn't taken out the overnight low yet, but trying to work its way down. Market's working its way down. SPY and ES, SPX never made it to previous day's low. So you have that type of statistic move to the upside, but you do have the NASDAQ already completing that and pulling in. NVIDIA trying to hold in here above that 185, 186 range. It's a decent spot. Apple weak. Amazon very weak. And then Goldman earnings this morning. XLF working its way back up. I don't know. This is a tough call. I don't think I want to get involved right here in between. I kind of want to wait and see what we do here. I tend to like Finster short, but I don't have enough other things lining up for me. The gap fill is not that big, so we could definitely get a gap fill. Whoa, whoa. The hell is that? I feel like this is about to run to the gap fill. I may have to get long. It's the headline. Iranian officials are studying abandoning uranium enrichment as a U.S. condition for ending the war. New York Post. That is a good headline there. All right. If you grab that long, your gap fill is right here, like 285. Yep, that headline's just now hitting the wires too. I grabbed it from a different source. They're just now calling this out. Gap filled on NQ. Let's see if we gap fill on ES here as well. But you could just see that candle starting to light up. I just chased into it and then found the headline and sat in it. You just gap filled on everything, so be careful here. Oil just dropped hard all the way down to 100.36. For anybody that didn't hear the headline, New York Post is reporting Iranian officials are studying abandoning uranium enrichment as a U.S. condition for ending the war. All right, well. I mean, to be fair, that headline's in New York. It's New York Post, and if you actually listening to it, it probably reverses because they are studying abandoning uranium enrichment as a condition. It's not saying they're like, hey, we're gonna get rid of it or anything. Studying abandoning enrichment as a condition. What does that even? Yeah, what does that even mean? Studying is a weird way to put that. But hey, all we care about is that it moved the market to the gap fill. And look at this immediate rejection. Nobody knows, but it's provocative. I like that one, Matthew. Yeah, you do have to watch previous day's low if that holds 220. It's a pretty interesting spot, actually. Oh, my kids go back to school today. It's the best day ever. Yeah, big picture, Troy. This is what I really want. I want to get out of the headline stuff, and I want just a little bit, honestly, I wouldn't even mind like a slower pullback that kind of just builds a flag up here on the daily, gives us something to freaking work with. What does this look like here? I see this comment right here. So if you're talking about the Globex gap, so like if you're talking about the gap from when it stopped trading at 5 p.m., then no, we haven't got there. What's that? 330, 332. I'm talking about where we closed today. So like just literally where like New York session cash is king. I guess SPX technically didn't even get there yet. SPY did. But yeah, and there's multiple ways to look at the gap. So you could look at that gap. You could look at the overnight gap, I guess, for QQQ, which is even higher. I don't know. It feels like a lot of the fears around the market are calm. Like it feels like people are willing to bet on buying the dip. It doesn't mean they're going to be right or they're not going to get ran over, but just for trading purposes, that's what it feels like. Iranian delegation's inability to communicate with leadership in Tehran, one of the reasons for failure of Islamabad negotiations, per New York Post. Boy, New York Post said, open the market. We're going to just drop headlines today. Some of it is headline fatigue for sure, Frosty Dog. But I think just watching like the responses and the actions right now, this is what I mentioned earlier. I do think it's a big part of this. Just my personal opinion, right, guys? I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. Just my personal opinion. The fact that ceasefire talks failed and we're not just like sending B2s right over their head, just dropping on their dome. That to me sounds a lot more like yeah, we're still figuring things out. We're trying to get the straight open, but we're not just like pounding these guys into oblivion. I don't know. Like that's just where my brain is tracking the most accurate right now. And the market's telling you, all the way back here where we closed on Friday, market's telling you, we're not that concerned about it. Now, if we had more bombs flying, if we had boots going in on the ground, I think the market would be down, 2%. The other thing that I think we have to watch for is if Iran blows up a tanker. Whether, I don't know, if there's mines out there or if there's a drone or something gets launched, I think we do have to be very aware of that, because that's like part of the fear, scare, whatever, scare tactic, if you want to call it that. What do you use for following the news? A little bit of everything. So I have a news squawker that there's two different guys. They read off stuff in my ear all day. I know where they source theirs. We also have that source. This is the pivot point. X, I follow a lot of accounts there. There's two other sources I have. There's a group chat I have with a couple news guys as well. So we usually get to stuff pretty quick. Existing home sales just came out. The only data we have is this existing home sales that just came out right now. This looks like a big old failure to go lower by the bears. I wonder how many people swung puts. They're all excited. Here we are, like above where they even entered at on Friday. There's Rooster. Rooster here just in time to tell you he's long off of 200 from 20 minutes ago. Single stock futures is going to be very interesting. And I think they're doing that because of all these perp exchanges and stuff that are going on. Yeah, biggest question right now, though, Rooster. Hope you had a good weekend, by the way, buddy. Is this just come up, fill the gap, and then people are going to come back in and sell? I mean, we still need a little bit of a pullback on the daily just to reset things. Daily 9's still well below us. Back test the 50-day maybe. I don't know. SPY's still not even back to where it was when the conflict started. The U.S. blockade just started. There you go, K-Dub. Get the SPY calls. Have no money left. K-Dub, do you ever trade prop firms? Seems like a good thing for people that are, if you're Especially if you're day trading. And I'm not just talking about like futures. I'm talking about in general. Or you know, like options as well if you day trade. Paper chip. What are the sources though? The sources are everywhere, dude. There's tons of news terminals out there. The blockade begins. Microsoft's ripping. Robinhood's ripping. Holy cow. I mean, I know the market pushed up there pretty nicely, but I hate when we have these wide ranges. It just muddies up my chart. Oh, oil falling, market pushing. What do I have on the other side? 456. If we really get going through Friday's range. Yeah, we already got above the point of control from Friday. Value area high right here. You clear that. 350s and then, boy, you're looking for yesterday's high. ASTS is up. There was a story like that, Rooster. There was a story that Saudi was going to give up like the US a ton of money. I think I saw it maybe yesterday morning. I don't know. I can't remember where I read that story, but basically, Saudis were saying that they were going to give the U.S. a ton of money to help with the war effort. That we needed to finish off Iran, and they wanted to work towards peace with, they wanted to work closer with Israel, which is a little bit of a pivot in the Middle East. Not that they were enemies, but car is still squeezing. Oh my God, where is this thing at now? Good Lord. I'm glad somebody mentioned about it being such a low float the other day, because well, you could get absolutely ran over on that. Yeah, so this point right here, Frosty Dog, I said this yesterday because it kind of cracked me up. It was like, hey, we have to open the street. And then we're like, no, okay, well, we're gonna close the street too now. But I get, I mean, it's headline whatever, chuckles, but I get the idea though. It's like, okay, well, if they're not going to let any other ships flow through, then we won't let their ships flow through. Lululemon headline? That's funny. I haven't heard Lululemon mentioned much since, I mean, quite a while. But I did see one of the, which guy was it yesterday, Frankie? One of the golfers yesterday had a Lululemon shirt. Texas Attorney General. Hold on, I'm listening to this headline. Texas Attorney General is investigating Lululemon over consumer protection or something like that, saying that their athletic stuff doesn't do what they claim it does. It's an interesting headline. Are we in this? I think Robinhood can trade future. Yeah, you can trade futures on Robinhood. Am I taking any trades? So, look, right now where we're at on this headline, I just jumped in and scalped up to here and left one little flyer. I got in at what, 206, and trimmed pretty much everything into the gap fill, and I'm just sitting in like one little flyer here. I don't want to short this right now, but I'm not going to get long up here, especially after a whatever 150 point pumper candle. So I'm waiting on something to set up here. We'll get the IB here in 20 minutes, just under 20 minutes. We'll have that first hour of the market. Should be bullish unless something goes crazy here. And we can look to take a long trade that way, actually. It's interesting. This thing's saying NYC closed down here. When I click on the futures, I don't know. Paper chaser, you're going short. How do I decide my sentiment for the day? I mean, that's a load of factors, and that can also, that can dynamically change, based on price action, based on levels being broken, reclaimed, etc. Obviously, headlines that take you different places. But the data, statistical data, remains the same, and what we do have here from a data perspective is kind of messy. I use Edgeful that they track a lot of these statistics, so we can take a look at some of them at some point here. When you break the previous day's low, which we did, more times than not, you close red on the day, which would mean you would close under this right here. We did have decent, based on the size of the gap down, we had decent odds to go ahead and draw up here and fill the gap. We've done that. Based on the first hour of the market, which is so far this right here. If you are green the first hour, so above here, your odds of closing above here are very strong, like 70+%. Also, when the first hour, when you have the low first, the high second, usually you go take out that high. That's like 80% probability. So we can pull up some of those probabilities here. We'll give it another 15 minutes. Once we get that first hour done, we'll take a look closely at all of those probabilities, put them together. And it's just for confluence, right? It's just for confluence. $680 to the dot. That's the other thing. So, I mean, are we just back testing things? We broke previous day's low, so closing above here is not probable. So I have a couple bullish stats and a couple of bearish ones right now. So, you know, we'll have to see. And then we put that together with the big picture, right? We paint the big picture. We see what price action's telling us right now. Some simplistic view. Not only are your EMAs bullish, but you're even extended from those EMAs at the moment. So can't argue with that. Trading above VWAP, of course. Trending up all night. This was an interesting whatever this was here, but trending up all night, one little reset, nice push from there. Yeah, so can't really argue with those pieces. All right, Tesla. Who's looking at Tesla here? Tesla right back to that half back and got rejected. And daily 9. All right, let's see what sets up here. 14 minutes. Because if you're looking for somebody to trade every single 5-minute candle, you're in the wrong spot. And I think you're in the wrong profession, honestly. LIN banana. I haven't seen this one. What's a good looking chart? That is a really good looking chart. LIN. So this is helium. I really like this chart. All this consolidation turning into support, previous resistance turning into support. Interesting. LIN. I like this chart a lot, banana. Tesla's just such a tough one right here. And this just looks like it. I mean, you got to this gap fill target that we had on the daily right here. And all this consolidation from before. You basically double bottomed right on it. And then now you've pushed back up and hit overhead. So it's kind of in the middle of nowhere to me. But it looks kind of like bear flag action, even though it just came off a double bottom. Longest squeeze ever. It is kind of interesting how just like every day it just continues to squeeze. It's not like accelerating the squeeze. It's just continuing to squeeze. That LIN chart looks really good. Yeah, look, guys, there's systems out there where you can try to trade every bar. I just know from a statistical standpoint, most people are not successful doing that. There's no, like, in my opinion, it's my humble opinion, there's no real edge in doing that. You got 10 minutes until the first hour sets. For now, the first hour is bullish. You are right above the midpoint at the moment. You're still within Friday's range, which is a pretty decent sign. There's a system you can trade for anything. But yes. I mean, on the daily, where are we at? I know this is tough. Because I feel like continued good news, you could get the move up here and then come back in and back test. These kind of catch up at some point, or I could see you just kind of floating your way back down to here and trying that. There's not much clarity here. Look, we just came into the 9 EMA. Bounce there. That 250 was a spot. Resistance here. Kind of a chop zone here, but multiple reactions this 250 area. And then we just bounced off of it. So where's SPX? Yeah, look at all the lows that held on Friday right here. If we accept back in and hold here, that's that. If you fell back under this, then you look to come back down in here. For right now, you've been trending up all night, really, since the gap down. The only other thing is, since you did break previous day's low, there's pretty decent statistical odds that you do close. So, I mean, this could literally turn into a, you know, a very choppy day where we just hang out here till the next headline. Looks like you're going to go take out the highs here. Nice reaction on the trend confirmation, 5 minute 9 EMA. IB not set yet, but IB is telling you that we take out the high. VIX is below 20. Down here in the bottom right of my screen. Shout out Arshia. This little indicator. I don't know why it's not working over here. Yeah, I have no idea why it's not working over here, and it is working here. Interesting. Oh. A little jumpy. What we got? I guess just that one little candle. SPY just held previous day's low on that. QQQ midpoint of the first hour. Yeah, I don't see any headlines to go with that little jumpiness. Oh, there we go. Iran's navy is laying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated 158 ships. What we have not hit are their small number of what they call fast attack ships, because we did not consider them much of a threat. Warning, if any of these ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated. Using the same system of kill that we use against the drug dealers on boats at sea. It is a quick and brutal. P.S. 98.2% of drugs coming into the U.S. by ocean or sea have stopped. Thank you for your attention to this matter. There you go. Yeah, I kind of want to get long. This would just chop for another 3-4 minutes. I'd feel much better about it. I don't know. I guess get about 50 points or so that you could get here. I think we get to 340, 350 here. I mean, the thing was I was already long, so I didn't buy that. Like, I probably could have gotten long on that dip to 250s. Especially because of that midpoint. Right here. I do want to look at some of these statistics while we wait next couple minutes. Previous day's range right here on SPY, 76% chance of closing red, which means closing just red on the day based off of yesterday's close. So closing right here or lower, 76% probability. On QQQ, same thing, 75% probability. So what does that mean? That means because we have broken previous day's low. I mean, obviously here at the open, we broke it, right? There's only a 25% chance you close up here today. So that doesn't make me want to be long, even though we do have the IB. buy with this right here, and yeah, it makes me think trade back to here. But then we also have first hour of the market, and this is based on 6 months of data, guys. So just period. When you break previous day's high, previous day's low, this is telling you the statistics. Like if you break previous day's high, 85% chance you have a green day. It's a strong. If I can find one or two statistics that are 70, 80% plus, that's the direction I want to trade in. Opening candle continuation. So based on the first hour of the market, it's basically 75% either direction for green or red. Now this is based off of where the opening was. So what does that mean? That means on SPY, we opened right here. If we close the first hour above that, that means we should close above here. And since we broke that, we should close below here. So like the way this is set up is for this box right here. So basically trade back to here or trade back to here. That's just based purely on statistics. All right, you just got your first hour of the market. You just have a nice 15-minute candle here. I don't hate trying to long for this and then getting out immediately. And I don't hate waiting on this to break and shorting back down to here. Either or. Just based on statistics. You also have oil putting in a little fish hook down here. I think I'm gonna stay out of this IB trade for a minute. I want to see now if something in the price action confirms, like if we get a second big bottom wick, immediate hold of this right here, and I feel like right now you could probably try it. I would almost rather see it like come down and bounce here and then push, just to give me a little bit more upside room. Because if you get long here, what's your risk reward? Like what, 40 points, and you may have to risk, 50, 60. I don't know, it's tough, but you are trading with the trend, so you have all of that. I mean, look, hold right here, get a nice big candle up here. That would look good. So that's the crux. I just don't love this setup overall. Where's ES at? Yeah, ES is about to do it already. Did ES already do it? Or did it double top? Oh, double top him exactly there. I honestly don't hate trying to fade SPY off of this area. There's Jordy right there. Got to be looking for IB high. I mean, yes, but also no. To me, the risk reward's not that great here. And you have previous day's low broken. So you could easily like wick up here and do this. I don't know. from what I'm seeing on the statistics, we should probably wake up here. But if SPY does it and NQ doesn't, then oof. I don't like to be in the second one that's going for the IB high break. Also, just based on statistics, we should close right here in this box. Should I just draw that by when we want to draw the box today? There we go. Most probable closing zone today. I mean, if you're a scalper and you want to take this off of, you know, the EMAs, I guess, to try to get to what, 330, 333. It's just there's not enough confluence factors for me. I mean, you basically just had a double top here. Can you keep going? Yes. Am I shorting it? No, because look at this. I mean, what tells you to short this right now? Unless you're just, you know, scalping reactions off of certain levels. But you scalp a reaction off a level, it comes back in the second time. I mean, yes, you can do double top stuff, but the first time you come into a level, you get a reaction, you trim, you go like break even. So like you could have shorted, let's see, like ES. You could have shorted here on ES, taken a trim here and gone break even or original risk. You're probably okay. But like once you come into level once, the second time, I'm not as excited to look for like a reaction trade. I'm more looking for a structure break trade at that point. But we'll see. We'll see what happens here. I mean, I'm drawing this right here at what time is it? (10:30 a.m.) This, I mean, without any news that comes out, anything, it just pure statistics. This is where we are most likely to close. So I want to look for trades that do this today. And look, if you chase this IB trade right here, if you got in, you know, 290 or you chased it up here at 300, looking for 30 points, you know, now you're down 20 points and you may get stopped out for a 30, 40, 50 point loss. And I say may. SPX may have double topped there. Yeah, this is a tough call. I don't want to put any risk on. What's up, Tommy? The current ceasefire is very fragile. I don't know. I don't have a short or a long right here. This looming IB, I don't want to fight against. NVIDIA is strong. Let's look at some of the big names here. NVIDIA is strong. It's about to fill the gap. Here, I can turn on the gap fill. So no gap fill yet there. Obviously, Microsoft is green. Apple weak. Google backed off a little bit, but still strong, I guess, overall. Look at Meta. Meta's weak. Broadcom decently strong. Broadcom did take out the IV high. Tesla weak. All right, so if we go through these, like Costco's weak. It's the least weighted one. Netflix is red slightly, but nothing really here. I mean, and Netflix is fine. They do have earnings on Thursday. Tesla is weak. It's above 350, but it's weak. Just relatively price action wise, Tesla's weak. Broadcom is strong. Meta's weak. Amazon, probably fair to call this neutral to weak. Google would be neutral to strong. Apple very weak. Microsoft, NVIDIA fine. There's NVIDIA filling the gap right there. As you can see, just lit up the indicator. And if we look at NFP, we are smack in the middle of nothing on NFP for Qs. For SPY, we're above March's high, which is a good sign. But this 680, for whatever reason, psychological level has been a tough one to deal with. But being above this is pretty good. We opened below it. Oil backing off a little bit off of 102 is decent too. Let's look at ES here. Yeah, I got nothing to do right here. Rooster, what are you in? Nokia's ripping. What is this, Boeing? Yeah, Boeing coming into the 50-day and the 200-day. I don't know. I like Boeing, but I don't know, a little peek into the gap and a push. It's not the worst look I've ever seen. But yes, it does have a gap. And your EMAs are down here too. I would lean. That's tough. Maybe you make it down here. I don't know. I think these catch up and you fill this gap, you probably take a shot at Boeing like that. Or you're already short, risking up here, looking for that. $330, then $355. Just give it to me. Give it to me, girl. Give it to me, girl. Was Sean Paul this morning? All right, Rooster making his call out there. What are NFP and ADP? So really, you can almost just throw ADP out the window, because when we didn't have NFP to get the similar data, we had to do ADP. But NFP is non-farm payrolls. Non-farm payrolls we get on the first Friday of every month. The market prices those in to a range based on the reaction to that. And there's an entire system built around it. Shout out Paper Gains. Put all this together. And I mean, what else do you need to know? There's these NFP levels. The range created creates reaction points. You can see these reaction points. So, but it's literally based off of, so the morning we get NFP, from the moment the data hits the market, which is what, 8:30 Eastern, until the close of that day. So from when market receives information until it prices in for that day, that range creates technical levels in the market based on the NFP system in theory. $15-minute looks like it wants to go take out that IV high. If you're in that trade, probably feeling okay right now. If you were patient and waited on maybe this dip to get in, you probably have a lot better risk reward from like 280, 284. Just give it to me, girl. Shana Paul.
Did I just run into Sean Paul?
Yeah, we had a Sean Paul reference in here, so I just had to hit it.
Oh my gosh. Good morning.
Morning, sir. Were you long into this IB break?
I just got back to my computer after a much needed break from some games this morning. So
yeah, I heard you grabbed one long. I that news candle, I just chased into a little scalp long. I'm just been sitting here flat.
yeah, I mean, like I said, I just got back to the screen, but like looking at Bookmap, we at least got 150 orders up at like 400, like between that 385 and 400 area. Then 350, another 120. So it looks like the liquidity keeps getting stacked to the upside. The Veritex had bullish print earlier this day. So, for me, it's just about trying to choose a position to get in on a pullback for a long. So I'm going to be looking at some options plays the rest of the day, I think. I'm not sure if I'm going to touch futures, probably. But, yeah, we'll see what it gives us.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here flat because I could make enough arguments all directions right now.
Yep.
I could also just listen to Sean Paul and wait for it to play out.
So I was listening to another podcast saying if you hum music or play other songs that are copywritten, YouTube will flag you and then not push you out the algorithm. So be conscious of that.
Yep. That's why I don't play regular music on here.
Well, even if you hum the beat or repeat lyrics.
Yeah, I don't think it goes that deep.
I don't know.
I did a lot of reading on some of the algo stuff, but
just what I heard.
Shona Paul. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Oh Lord, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. Sound just like him. I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on.
Ryan Paul.
Ryan Paul. CoreWeave is screaming higher, by the way.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Qs do right here. It's kind of right in that gap.
I was going through this a little bit earlier.
Yeah,
so statistically, you broke previous session low. which means you should close red on the day. That's based on Friday's close. So on NQ, we should close under 285, just statistically, 75% odds. But you also have a bullish first hour. So you should close above where we opened the day, which was 220. So you have this 220 to 285, just 65-ish point zone that we should close today. So my overall, and we haven't taken the IB high or anything. My overall thought process is if we get too far away from either side of this, I kind of want to just trade back to it. I'm also just looking at SPY, just a 680 being a little bit of a resistance. Crocs. I don't know what the headline was on Crocs. Bookmap's pretty flat there too, Brady. Boris, I am old in some standards. Oh, I snuck into the 80s by a few months.
89 babies. What's up?
Yeah, the best.
All right.
We the best. Who? We.
We, you, me, Frankie.
Yeah, that indicator is it's built by Paper Gains, I think, with Lux Algo, but it is a subscription-based indicator. I don't know if there's a free NFP one out there anywhere. It's probably a Paper Gains question. I don't know if it's in the Lux Algo, if it's in their like marketplace, or if you can just go to like papergains.com. Paper Gains Inc. Let me just try that. Papergains.com.
I may try long right here.
I don't see it on Paper Gain. I'll ask Paper and find out if people are interested in that indicator. I think it's through Lux Algo.
11.
You're long?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I got filled at 311.
For the scalp, I don't mind. You try to shoot to 333, 338, maybe 350 if it really gets
I'm
going.
looking 350s.
Yeah. I don't hate
Look at
that.
Let's go. There's 20 point or 15. Put my stop in profit.
I
Maybe
am not
lose
in anything,
money.
guys. I'm not trading.
There's Minx.
Kind of feel like I'm
All right. Need to figure out my volume output. But yeah, I'm looking to crack over this high day right here and have it run at least up to 350, 400.
The nice thing is when we do take this IB high, you have a here, let me just hide drawings here just to clean this up. This spot right here at 289 is the retracement spot. So once you take the IB high, you typically retrace to this at about a 60 something percent, 65% rate. So
There's
go
50.
tap in up here. And maybe you can short back to there and then hold runners if it goes back into the box.
All right, I'm sliding my stops up to 18, right below the body candle this 1 minute. Hoping to see another push over high.
New high of day on NVIDIA and Microsoft, both just pushing. Microsoft's up almost 2% today.
All right. There's another 20 points. My stop is just below 20. If it hits, it hits. But we got VIX falling below 20 at 1982. Love to see that crack below low a day for some continuation.
You also have a pivot point on ES at 866. There you go. IB high taken.
All right.
You can probably wait for some type of confirmation and probably fade this, honestly.
No, give me 350s. Bookmap's got 125 orders up there, 153 at 400. My stop is going to be at 22. Lock in some gains. Probably get stopped on this, maybe. Nope. Come on. Oh, there we go. Taken out. All right. So from 311 to 322, a little scalp.
Yeah, I want to short. I'm not in it yet, but I'm just saying I want to.
Yeah, played out nicely though.
I mean,
Snagged some more points.
There's your IB, taken. Now, what's next?
Get anxiety when you hear indicators.
Hey, Rooster, while there are modern day solutions for that.
It's gonna push up. Watch. This 1 minute wick came down and just whap, just smacked me. It's gonna push right above it. Oh well. It's been a good day. I'm trying to press it a little bit. But we got prior RTH high at 393, which is where all the liquidity is on my book map. 154 orders.
That's basically the gap fill from over the weekend. And then QQQ
Is
your
pushing
gap
up on
going to
that.
be just slightly higher, 612.50.
Yep.
If you go with that one. I don't know. I'm not going to short with price action doing this, but
Yeah, I probably left 15, 20 points on the table, but
well, it's just tough. You have to manage like when you've run up this much like this and you're trying to get in on a, just like a scalp trade.
yeah.
It's tougher to manage that risk
So
reward because you can get it takes it out and you get profit taking just, instant 20-point drops.
pull it up on the 10-minute. No, NQ, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, so that candle right there, that spinning top, like if this 10-minute candle doesn't close above the last 10-minute candle, you could see this almost rolling back over and then still having that continuation from that prior spinning top. So, that's the risk you really have to put on and have to manage your stops accordingly on that.
By 28.
But they're going to push this through.
By 100.
Ooh.
All right, well, there's my 350 target. That would have been a nice 40, 50 point play. Oh, well. find something else. We got crude falling. This is just going to push, man.
Probably. I mean, I'm not going to short. I mean, if it overextends here, maybe I short it.
Anyone else take that long? Looks like Rooster.
Buy 25. Buy 100.
Took the long on SPY. Nice. Long at 308. Sick. Long into the IB out earlier. Very nice. Long SPX on the initial pullback.
Let's go, guys. Look at Chad just absolutely eating. I had a couple good trades last night, and I had that one scalp this morning, and I'm kind of just waiting on this to set up. The way I trade is very based on probabilities, with a lot of confluence, price action levels, all that.
Time for the Brits to get out.
Well, they still got what, 30 minutes, I think. Grambo loves to just tell the Brits to go home, go to bed.
The original Exodus.
Go to
True Patriots.
go to the pub.
Go grab a pint. I guess that's more Irish, right?
No, it's British too. Pint.
I spoke it like Irish. Grab a pint. Oh, well. Sounds like people are getting paid on SPX. I have not pulled up my options account yet today.
Girl, I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Did we get smacked? Yep.
Looks like it. Right back into the pivot point.
I like shorts right back down, personally.
Crab, I was like, thank you, Brits.
But London didn't close for another 30 minutes. Dang, there you go. You hit that short scalp. I mean, so here's the here, let me pull this up. Let me pull up some IB stuff. All right, here's IB by rejection first. Let me go to NQ and just put this on the screen for everyone. So when the low forms first, which is what we had today. So if you look at this, here's the low of the first hour. Here's the high. So obviously this formed first, this formed second. That means you look for the high to break at a 73.85. So 74% of the time. Just call it 3/4 of the time. So strong, strong odds there. Now here's retracement. So once you break the IB high, right here, more times than not, you come back in 25% of that IB, and then you see it just falls off a cliff after that. This is a better statistic when you've broken the low of the day, but here we go. Right here, more times than not, after you take the high, you come back to here. And then down here, the odds just fall off a cliff for the IB statistic alone. Now, once again, we broke previous session's lows. We should close under here. We're green on the first hour. We should close above here. So where does that put you? That's why I have this right here. So I'm not looking for us to do anything crazy. I'm not looking for us to just reverse this whole thing. kind of looking for a choppy type of day, honestly. Now, news catalyst, something like that could completely change that, but that's not what I have right now. Instant rejection here, but you're still above the 9. You're
Come in right into the pivot point.
yeah.
6 again.
That's also what we rejected on ES there.
Very interesting.
You swept over this last high here. You know, you're working your way back down. Well, I have no trade here personally. I didn't get in. I probably could have. Just shorted into the 350s where everybody else just took profit. But my read on the price is mostly playing out here. But do I want to just absolutely counter trend trade right here? Not particularly. I think everyone hedged yesterday and they're all getting ran right back out of it. But I do think we're going to come right back down. Call this box day. I think we're just going to be in the box today.
Fenster, don't just be degening.
Hell yeah. I like, hey, tell Finster how to live his life.
No, I mean, like NQ's creeping underneath the 9 on the 5 minutes, so it could go like right back down to the 21 prior day close. That's at 281. That's what, 20 points? You could get 20 points right there.
You finally look at so Nvidia has been super strong all day. You finally have a little bit of a sell here.
Yeah.
After just straight grind up.
And then
Microsoft's still strong. Interesting that Apple, Google, Amazon. Look how Meta super weak.
What's in the box?
Broadcom has a little bit of an evening star. Tesla. So like other than Microsoft and Nvidia, which are 2 of the 3 largest stocks obviously in the market, especially in tech, you don't have much participation outside of that from the big names. Banks have recovered, even though Goldman had bad numbers. Banks have recovered pretty nicely. They're green as well. Ooh, software is actually getting a bounce today.
Much needed.
Much needed bounce. Semis are fine, relatively. I don't know, big shout out to everyone tuning in with us today. If you're new here, subscribe to the channel. We're live all day, every day if the market's open. I am here. Got Brady hanging out with me this morning. Frank. We'll have others coming in and out throughout the day. Also, give the stream a like. Help boost us up in the algo a little bit. Appreciate all you guys. If you are new, say something in the chat too. The chat here, the whole reason I switched over to do live streams is just because I have chat. I can talk to you guys and hang out with you guys. And then you guys are talking to each other, helping each other. We're all learning together. Chat's actually pretty chill here. Like every once in a while we get a little troll or something, you know. But like everybody's kind of cheering for everybody. Nobody's just like, I've seen a lot of chats that are like super toxic. Our chat here is everybody's just chill. We're all on the same team here. Shout out to the Wolf Pack.
$6.12 put 1 day. Not bad.
Katron, I appreciate that. Appreciate the kind words. I appreciate all you guys. Look, I try to keep you guys informed on what I'm seeing. I watch a whole lot of things, try to keep the news pumping to you guys. There's a lot of different trading strategies, obviously. I know a lot of different trading strategies, so I try to help, say, okay, well, I can see, for example, like I've been learning some of Jordan's stuff. All right, well, I can see Jordan would be looking for this, or I know Paper Gains is looking for this. Maple Candle by Candle is looking for this. KC, I just know these guys. Have traded with them for so long. I know their strategies. Mine's kind of a smorgasbord of their strategies mixed. So try to be helpful. You got Brady here as well. What I don't even know what you would call your strategy, Brady. You're just, almost like reading price action.
Yeah, definitely more momentum and price action and looking for key plays off pivot points, like reversals, and just go with the flow. No need to fight the trend. Get in at the right time. Know when to leverage. Know when to scale down. In Discord earlier on voice chat, I was like, these are just one NQs. I got stopped on one and then, sized appropriately for the next. And then, said I'm adding on this and boom, all of a sudden got, 20, 40 points and done for the day.
I'll tell you the other thing I really love is having somebody with, for those that don't know, if you are new here, you see Frank's profile picture up here. Frank's traded and been in the industry longer than most of you guys have been alive. And I tell you what, anytime I start to get a little tilty or a little, this or that, I get a little shoulder tap from Frank over here to line me out a little bit too.
The risk manager, just a little tap.
Basically. Hey, settle down, kid. He's subtle about it too. He's like, "You're gonna try to long here," and I'm like, "Oh shit, what am I missing?"
I'm kind of like, I did short a little bit up in the 50s, but I covered them on the pullback. It's kind of hard here. The market's supportive. That move overnight, God, you just could have bought it and went to sleep. But the mood, like it goes completely against everything that you think. So it's hard to stay long it until it really broke.
Yeah, I took profit like a long time ago, and I was happy with it.
Mm-hmm.
When we got up here like the 120s or whatever. I took full profit, went to sleep, and was like, I'm good. But to what Frank's point is, there is, I think, if anything, you're seeing people hedge downside. It's not as bad. People are kind of like, okay, we're not that worried about it. And anybody that's offside is people that were, trying to short last night. And you had a big gap down that kind of gave you a little rubber band move back up. People have been offsides on the short side for the last few days.
Yeah, it was funny though. You get that gap down and there's no follow through, and you get a little bit of a higher low around 8 p.m. on the hour.
Yeah, once,
and then it just kept going.
That like right into that 8 p.m. the overnight, like that's when the 24-hour market stuff opens. Once we started breaking above this, like that kind of high from right when we first opened, I just flipped long and started taking it up, about 100 points or so. And it's like, okay, I'm pretty good for the evening. Look at this. This is very trendy. When I see continued holds of the EMA 9, can't even break down. You almost have to wait for this thing to kind of like break and do something like this before you get a good trade. Maybe come in here. We haven't touched the 21 EMA since we started pumping. First touch of that's probably going to be a scalp buy. You look at the 15-minute, nothing's really telling you that there's a short here. But statistically, it's telling me that I don't want a long. So I kind of want to... I want a short, but I don't want to be early to the short. I would rather see some type of structure break, some type of trend break. So I need some type of further confluence. I don't like to trade on 1 or 2 pieces of confluence. I want 5. Big shout out to the chat. I saw all these great messages in the chat. But I love this one right here. NWO Wolfpack. What a throwback that is, Brady. You remember? I was never a big like WWE, WWF guy, but I remember the Wolfpack stuff. New World Order.
Mm-hmm. No, I definitely liked wrestling for a small amount of time, like pro wrestling. I wrestled like in high school, but I was, somewhat into like pro wrestling.
Well, it was like actual wrestling though, not the.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. I had a bunch of friends that got big into it. I never liked wrestling, WWE, any of that really. But dude, back in the day, it was fun to just like joke around with and stuff. RKO out of nowhere, little John Cena. Do you smell what The Rock is cooking?
I'm all about the people's elbow.
Dude, I love the people's elbow. Or Stone Cold Steve Austin. I remember all that. Dude, I come from a small town in Arkansas where it's like super conservative. And when they came out with those like Austin 316 shirts, dude, everyone around me, like, they were all like, all the parents like flipping out. It's sacrilegious. You're not watching wrestling anymore. Yeah, don't step in front of a tank. Right now, this is a slow-moving tank. It's just like a road grader just cleaning people up to the upside. What are those? Or a steamroller? Like just a slow steamroller laying some asphalt.
Nah, it's Mr. Plow, which is Homer Simpson's snowplow. What's that name again? It's Mr. Plow. Remember the OG Mr. Plow.
What is this? FBI raid is underway with Molotov cocktail and Sam Altman. It's pretty crazy. Spencer went to it. I know a lot of people that liked it. I just never could get into it. Like something about in my head, which I don't do well with a lot of like movies and TV shows and stuff like that. Because when something's scripted, my brain is just like, ugh. So I love sports so much because it's like just unscripted. How about Rory yesterday? We didn't even talk about the Masters. I like how Rory tanked on Saturday and then tried to like blow up early on Sunday again. So he didn't have like the lead to blow in the back nine. That's chestnut. Yeah, it's chestnut checkers, right? Oh yeah. Dude, the early days of UFC were actually pretty wild. I remember like back like 06, 07, I finally started watching it. Frank hates Rory.
Yeah, I just think that he's full of shit. I think he does one thing and says another. But, he's a good golfer. Excellent golfer. He pulled it out.
Hell of a golfer.
Yeah.
Well, it's slowing down here, right? Kind of where we thought it would, but we're not getting any headlines. It's just this trend is trying to break.
Jump into anything, just to have some skin in the game. Sometimes it's just best to keep your own skin.
More than 15 U.S. warships in place to support the operation per Wall Street Journal. Just came out. The U.S. has an aircraft carrier, multiple guided missile destroyers, an amphibious assault ship, and several other warships in the Middle East, according to... What does this say? Hold on, let me load the rest of it. According to Navy and Central Command officials, these ships have the ability to launch helicopters that support boarding operations, and some are capable of marshaling commercial vessels to Pacific areas to hold them in place. There we go. Boy, Intel, what a move.
Wow.
Is this going to erase our national debt? Like, didn't we invest in this as a country?
Maybe that's like the Avis chart.
That'd be the real plan. Shoot down a container ship. No, it's the little fast boats. They said that they're gonna just blow those up, and then the bigger boats, I guess we're just gonna commandeer them. Just, you know, SEAL Team 6 or whatever. They're just gonna fly right over, just drop down, and say, "Yeah, I'm the captain now." What was that? What was that movie called?
It was true though. It was based on a true story.
Yeah, dude. Which obviously Hollywood changed up a little bit, but it was pretty, like, from what I read, it was pretty accurate. There was a little bit of, was it Captain Phillips? Is that what it's called?
Captain Ron. That was an old movie. That was a fun one.
I like this, Grambo. This is always a fun exercise.
A little pop off that.
Who's
pivot point.
And obviously, like, just before I go into this, Grambo, like, first off, like, the point is you have to have people continuing to buy the debt, continuing to buy T-bills. Like, obviously that's the real point, but it is more fun to say, like, hey, if we just stop paying the debt, we owe a bunch of people money, like, who's going to come collect on it?
All right, I'm going to take a little long at 31. See if we can push above this.
So I really want to get into a short here, but I'm afraid it could just consolidate and push. What's oil doing?
My stop is going to be pretty tight on this, actually. Down at like 25.
HBQ and NVIDIA.
We should see some push up here. We got VIX dropping a little bit.
HPQ, possible NVIDIA takeover.
We got Microsoft pushing.
Semi-accurate is the source. Possible HPQ takeover by NVIDIA. Watch this thing just fly, just because it's NVIDIA.
Hopefully.
No. I'm talking about HPQ. Look at this candle.
Whew.
This name. Big old candle. Look, I mean, my main read is to short this back down. What I'm not going to do is try to be early to a short when it's been trending all night long. But now you're getting upper wicks right at where we closed out the day, right here. Upper wick, upper wick, upper wick. Somebody's selling it at 340, 338. But where's your runway back to? 280s? Need the structure to break a little bit more. You are back under the 30-minute or the, I'm sorry, the IB high here. 30-minute orb high is still below us. Today could be a very choppy day just based on what happened last night until we get another headline. Like we haven't heard much out of Iran yet. HPQ is the
HP Inc.
HPQ is like HP, like the computers. It's not the enterprise. HPE is the enterprise one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they split like, I don't know, 2007.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I used to sell to those companies.
I really want to take this short.
Yep. Well, there we go. Taken out. All right. A little, what's that? 8-point loss. No biggie.
You're short here, and you get about 20 points of risk, 30 points for first round.
Mm-hmm.
Finster, I agree. That would be my base case here. I think you do roll over here a little bit. The problem is the trend's just so strong, it makes me a little bit nervous, which it also helps that I'm up a lot on the day.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like
why I tried to stab at that.
Like when you're up, you know.
My thesis was to flip long, or to take that long and take it up to Friday's wick high up at 392 and get up above that in 400. But we didn't, so at least for now. So I played a tight stop. And you hear that landscape?
I was gonna say, somebody got a belt sander behind you.
All right, yeah, figured. It's like a day spa behind me. Clean it up.
Microsoft just hit 380. IWM and SPY look like they're rolling over a little bit faster. I don't know. I still don't really have much of anything here.
I mean, a short does look good.
Yeah, I mean, you think that, but
at least a scalp down to like 81. Oh, your
HPQ is ripping.
Jeez.
Told you guys about it down here. It's double. Yeah, it was up 3%. It's up 6%. I should have had the options account pulled up to scalp something there. I don't know. The options will go crazy though. I could have just slapped some equity.
All right, I'll be back.
Dell's popping a little bit with that as a sympathy. Yeah, I think you're going back to my box. Try to scalp a little short. Why not? Well, because you're catching up to trend. Crude is working its way back higher as well. I just feel like the correlation between crude and NQ has not been as strong as it was earlier. What's ES doing? Let me pull up ES over here. The ES looks like a lot better short.
All right, well that's fun. My the landscapers are like, hey, we gotta shut the property's water down for the next 2 hours.
Whoa.
We got a leak.
Better go take a shower.
Oh, I already did.
Did I have to start my day with a shower?
Yeah. Shower and a coffee.
Those are my two prerequisites. But they always say shit, shower, and shave, except I don't shave. Shit, shower, and scroll.
Shit, shower and scalp. Yeah, I don't know if I should play.
By 46. By 39.
Oop. As I watch my time and cells go. Oh, Nvidia's coming in. I'm going to short this.
Yeah, Nvidia is
Let me
dropping.
see if I can get in it. Oh, it's just going to run away from me, isn't it? See if
Frank's
this can
still
pop
short
back.
from 50s. Do you add?
Frank, you probably already trimmed them.
I figure probably on that last push back up, add into it.
Nvidia, they're going to look at this as additional expense. That's why Nvidia is going to get hit on this with the HPQ. Shoot, Bookmap is so quiet today. There's not many people looking at this. HP still squeezing.
Sell 27.
HP. There we go. Roll it over.
Drop it like it's hot.
Here's the 21.
Nice.
Now, like if you come through this and then do like this, that's the short that I would like a little bit better. Well, is this gonna be a slow day hanging out with Chad, or are we gonna actually finally get some movement?
I don't know. Was this just the retest on the 10 minutes right off the pivot point just to go back up?
Yeah, 21 EMA on the 5, first touch. Really on ES is the first touch since 8:30 a.m.
I kind of see that.
Typically get a little bit of a pop on that.
Wow, it just started storming like crazy out here.
Yeah, if I
Holy
see a trade I really like, I'll make sure and call it out. I'm playing this really patient today because, like, one, I'm up on the day. I don't want to give anything back. And then like my other accounts, like I don't love that I can make multiple arguments. To me, it's a recipe that you could get chopped up pretty easily here. The IB by retracement tells you should come back to here. Previous session's low says by the end of the day, we should be under this. We should be above this today. Right now, we're just trending higher. Let's see. POC from 272 is POC from Friday's range. Yeah, I don't know. This is messy. Nvidia is getting hit. Nvidia, our strongest one, strongest chart of the day or whatever. Strongest mover really in tech this morning. Getting hit a little bit on that possible takeover headline. Who knows how accurate it is, obviously, but if people needed a reason to take some profits on Nvidia trade up here, that little headline like that can do it. Google's still strong. Amazon's making a new high right now, so tough to short when that's happening. Meta not breaking down. What indicator did I use for previous session high and low? This one is called Ultimate Reversal Setup from Edgeful. One of the cool things about Edgeful is they have all the statistical data to help you kind of set what I call like a data backed bias. Like that's why I drew the box so early this morning, just because it tells you, hey, statistically, when this happens, this is a percentage, whatever, how often it happens, how often it occurs. But with that, all included with Edgeful, there's a link down in the description below to Edgeful. They have an indicator for like everything. I have the indicators on my chart, which just make my life easier. This IB indicator. I can turn on Fibonacci by session, the gap fill. Here's gap fill 2.0, which we didn't have that big of a gap, hold on. There we go. Half gap, all those kind of things. There's tons of these different Edgeful previous week's range. There's so many of these indicators. I just use it to make things easier. Like I'm not using a whole lot of indicators to just trade on pure indicators. But what I do like is that it makes my life easier and just highlights things for me. Glad I waited on that short. Look at this, right off the 21, first tap. Tommy, I need to get going on Claude or something. I feel like there's some pretty cool stuff I could start playing around with. Yeah, so there's a lot of indicator, like here, can I hide drawings? So like right here, there's pivot points on here. There's a 30-minute orb just to kind of mark that first 30 minutes of the market. There's VWAP, a couple EMAs. So like here on my main one, I haven't updated any of these, but I have that ultimate reversal setup that just tells me where was the high and the low from the previous day. And then this right here is the previous session's close, this little blue line here. I have a 9 and 21 EMA. We are getting a big pop here. Hold on. Just making sure there's no headline. All right, maybe I short this time. I am going to try this short right here. 335, I'm going to risk the high. I have pivot points on here just because futures, you get a reaction to those a lot of times, and then I have VWAP. So 9:21. EMA on the 5-minute chart. Yeah, so I'm just going to risk like 20, 25 points here to see if I can get back down here. I don't love it, but I just know how tight I can set my risk reward here. I know, you get positive news, you get your head ripped off of, and that's what the market, I think, is looking for in general. But yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, I have a lot of indicators on my chart, but it's because I've gotten to the point where I watch a lot of things and I build confluence together with all the different ones. For the average person, I would say you probably don't need that many indicators. Sometimes you get too much noise. Let me put this on the chart here. Right here, 3. So I'm only risking about 30 points here to try to get 40, 50 points. What does this say? Iran lawmaker. I don't know. That's, I mean, there is a headline, but that's not that crazy of a headline. I'm pretty light on this short too, by the way, because it's not a high confluence trade. I don't know. If you're looking for indicators, like, I think you're looking for the wrong thing personally. Like, you have to learn price action first. And then you start putting together some, I mean, most of the indicators I use have some type of statistical advantage with them. That's the reason why I watch them.
Learn to read candlesticks before you get indicators.
Correct. VIX is just sitting at 20 right now. Microsoft new high. It's tough for me to be short right now with what some of these names are doing. But we'll see. Statistically, that's my read of the scenario. Yeah, there you go. Good old magic 8-ball. I had a little 8-ball sitting around here somewhere. What I did with it. Yeah, 1 hour for. So here's what I would say about, like, because I know some people will like say, well, I look at the 3 hour, or I look at the 3 minute, 6 minute, or 30 minute, or I look at the 10 minute or the 15. Like, one simplistic thing that you can think about is what are the majority of people looking at for either trims or for you know, for like if I want to trim, or if I'm looking for a certain area to hold or reverse or whatever, it's like, what is the majority of people looking at? like daily SMAs. And so I just think, okay, the reason indicators, some of this stuff work is because so many people believe that they work. That's the only reason they work. I mean, it would be interesting, Daryl, like if you I don't know, I think you'd have to have a little bit more, but it would be interesting if somebody said, okay, look, I'm just going to do 2-to-1 risk management or something, or like, no, not even that, like 1.25 to 1. So like your risk reward's just slightly in the green, but if you flip a coin, I don't know, it'd be interesting to see. You have to have more confidence in that. Oh God, Matthew. I love Matthew. He always keeps me on my toes in the chat. Yeah, boring action. That's the other thing. Like I'm sitting in this short right now, but shorting a dull market, not usually the most conducive strategy. We are up 20 points here. I'm gonna try. I'm not planning on trimming until I get to that first target at 40 points. What's up, Brent? My eyeball is hurting. Just caught a 3-year-old finger right into my eye.
Oof.
Didn't KC swing Microsoft call? I'm not sure. I am not sure. We'll have to ask him this afternoon. I mean, I could probably look at I could look at his Discord and find out, but how we doing, Brent? Brent, we're doing well. I mean, I caught a couple little trades last night, and then I had a little scalp on this whatever news candle thing that happened. And I'm trying just a little short here. Not going to make or break my day. We basically held 300 on that pullback. Well, ES trying to hold previous day's close. Where's SPX? Right at this. Okay. It's a little bit more promising, but it's still holding trend. Yeah, I hope I don't have an eye infection. It would not be fun. I'm probably going to take my contacts out, put on my regular glasses at some point today. Let it air out a little bit. Pour some tequila in there, make sure we kill all the bacteria. Grambo wanting the rug ski. Oh, rug ski, huh? Oh. Honestly, the reason I put these on today is because of my right eye is hurting. I have the clear ones. That might be. I don't know if that's better or worse. Come on, shorts. I like the amber better because it like it makes things distinguish each other. Boy, these lights I have are so bright too. Can we break through the 21 here? And then what? SPY goes to VWAP and bounces immediately. Previous session low. What's oil doing? Oil working itself back up. Okay. Here we go. Apple trying to break down. Maybe that'll help pull us in a little bit. Amazon still too strong. Tesla just doing nothing. Microsoft and Nvidia to cool back off here. All right, come on. Roll it over a little bit further. Ooh, I'm blinded by the light. Great song. Come on, just keep rolling.
Oh, that is my jam.
What a song. Half of what I do here on the stream is just think of song lyrics that match whatever the market's doing. Ding, 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 ding. Let's get a little poll going here in the chat. stock market will care more about ceasefire or earnings season? There we go. Poll. We'll poll in the chat to see. Curious what you guys think. Yeah, Finster, they seem to be decoupled. It seems like they don't. I mean, the market still cares, but it's like it's priced in enough. It's more like pricing it ahead, saying, okay, things are going to get sorted out, and they're going in the market first, but they're staying hedged oil. But there for, 2-3 weeks, they were literally moving inverse of each other. We in sideways chop. Yeah, my base case today is chop. Right back to this box. So I'm going to trim right when we get basically the top of that box. Come on, come on. Don't hold the 21, roll it over. What's the SPY equivalent? Here, I'll do, so SPY has the same statistics. Let me draw the box here on SPY. SPY opening price right here. There you go. So 679.30, below 679.30, above 677.40. And you have this kind of NFP right here in the middle, previous day's low. 678.5 is probably your best bet. But here's your most likely spot for SPY to close today. However, you have to have some type of price action confirmation. Right now, we're still in an uptrend.
Yeah, I just locked myself out. I'm like, you know what? I just don't want to press one way or another, and I need to give back any profits to the market. So sometimes you just got to do it.
To answer this question right here, let me just pull up like QQQ, for example. All right. It could be either way, right? Could this be the low for the next 6 months, for forever, for when it could be. I doubt it. Maybe another year before we go back down here. Could be a month, whatever. To me, you've shot back up here. You have this huge range. My question is, do you come back down here and do you hold in this area? And if you don't hold here, I mean, you do have kind of this gap fill, but if you don't hold all this area right here, it's like you came back in here and you failed to hold it. That could really start accelerating. But what kind of fear do you have to take you back down here would be the question. This could just be like it could start doing some like funky shit like this. I don't know if that's my base case, but like here, 2022, you had a bunch of just like huge like rallies off the low, and like here, this one's an interesting example. And you came flying back up here, and then you still came down and made a new low. That was like more of a bear market scenario. In like kind of this one, you kind of just did a little wave pattern here. I don't know. There's nothing like, let's see, what is this? This is the deep seek. So you're kind of topping out on deep seek, came down, came back up, came back down, higher low, and then you started shooting back up. No, this is deep seek right here. That was the April before. But here, huge shot back up, and then you came back down, higher low. This was deep seek. And then you just went into grind mode to get yourself back out of here. Last year tariffs, not the same kind of fly higher, but like there was this one, everyone freaked out. You came up here and then you sat here and consolidated for a while and then finally shot out of it back towards the highs. So that one, that's another possibility I guess you could have. Because if you think about like you had this and you came back in higher low. So we're kind of in a mix of this spot and kind of in a mix of like we came all the way back up here to the same spots that we were at. And you just kind of like, I mean, this was disgusting right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days just consolidating. Then you got some good news and broke out of it and kicked off a trend. So I don't know. I can make multiple arguments. I don't think any of them are clear right now. What we really need to do is we need to see, is there going to be some type of like, I mean, the peak fear could be done. The question is, do we have a prolonged issue with the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz that starts weighing on the global economy? Oh, the headlines are just coming out from China. Is that the ones you're talking about, Vincer? I can hit some of those. China indicates will continue Hormuz transit, warns against interference. That is Mossad commentary. So who's that coming from? Chinese Defense Chief Dong. That's what it says. Chief Dong reportedly sent message to the Trump administration that Navy will continue operating on Hormuz, honor Iran energy deals. This is, once again, Mossad commentary. Looks like we're finally going to get my first trim on this short here.
Sounds like a South Park episode.
Dude, the fact that they said Chief Dong.
Yeah, it's South Park.
Legendary name. The old wise Chief Dong. How did
I had to lock myself out, then rugs. Go frickin' figure.
How did one tick away? What the?
I was trying to. I kept a tight stop.
There we go.
Here it goes.
All right. 43-ish point gain.
Nice.
I am out half right there.
Thanks, Spencer.
And the best part is I didn't get in too early and get wrecked. All right, next target. Guess IB midpoint. 250.
This cheap guy.
$273 maybe. More like $260. I don't know, where should I trim this? 257. Let's 260. Let's just do 260. 258. We'll call it. We'll do it that. 75 points right there. I'm in El Paso training for 2 weeks. I used this 2 hours. Dude, I'm in the same time zone as you. It's not fun. It's not fun. I don't know how Brady and them do it out there,
I
dude.
thought Texas was Central Time.
I think West Texas is like when you get over to West Texas, New Mexico, I think it goes to Mountain Time.
Hmm. You got VIX popping over 20. Oil
Like,
did not get above VWAP.
Like, if I remember correctly, it's literally just like El Paso, like whatever county El Paso's in. I think it's literally just that county.
El Paso over the timeline, son.
Elvira. That throwback song. Joby Aviation sharing progress on hybrid turbine electric flight test in partnership with L3 Harris. Extended range via turbine electric propulsion, fully autonomous via their superpilot stack, dual use for commercial air taxi and defense logistics. Trump's words on Pope are unacceptable, says Italy Prime Minister Meloni. You have to do this with your hand when you speak Italian. Meloni. I'm glad things calmed down enough. I could actually alert this trade in the Discord.
Yeah, dude, I couldn't do any of my alerts in my channel. I was just like, you know,
So things have been too crazy. When VIX is at freaking 28, like
yeah.
by the time you type it out, you're already trimming.
We made money. We made it.
This is going to be great.
Yo, that's brutal. It's so funny.
Stop is coming down to like basically break even here.
I heard he's the best, Chief.
Chief Dong, that's what they used to call me. And trust me, I know a lot of dongs. Great, beautiful dongs. The best dongs. Oh, shit.
See a pop?
Whoa. What is it? What is it? What is it? There's some kind of news. I stopped out. I'm stopped out.
Yeah, she's a flying, and I can't do anything about it.
White House report sees tax plan lifting GDP up to 4.9%. Is that what this was? They really just wanted. Really not. There's got to be something else.
Right on the pivot point. Long it.
You gotta be joking.
Long the pivot point.
You just stopped out of the rest of my trade for that.
Bro, Vertex knows. Thanks for the blown accounts. What?
I don't even see the headline. Yeah, all I see is this stupid GDP headline.
That was a 60.1 minute candle.
Yeah, dude, why do they have to do that? All right, that's why we trim though. Got 43 points, took off half, got stopped out. break even on the rest.
Oh boy. About to go make an omelet.
The reason why I'm fine stopping out with that is like I still think we're gonna close down here, but we reached my main target. Why would I not take some profit there? Always can take another trade. There wasn't even any size on that. Like no big orders filled.
Nope. Oil is dropping pretty hard though.
Kind of Axios report, the U.S. proposed that Iran accepted 20-year moratorium on uranium enrichment during negotiations. It was during the negotiations, so it's not like a current headline. I don't know. I made some money on the trade, so well, back to flat. So there's an Axios report that just says during the talks, the U.S. asked Iran to freeze uranium enrichment for 20 years. Obviously, they probably said no to that. And then the only other headline was the White House 2026 economic report, OBBBA tax plan, one big beautiful bill or something. I don't know what that stands for. Is seen lifting GDP up to 4.9%, which I think is probably more what we popped off. I don't know. How's our poll doing? Okay, 2/3 of you are voting for the ceasefire Strait of Hormuz. Third of you, just over a third of you, think that earnings season is what the market's going to care more about. Brady, have you ever used, what is that? Venti?
A venti?
A Venti.
Like a Starbucks large?
Dude, I love that clip when what's that movie where the guy goes in there
I
and
get a
he's like,
large Starbucks?
you've seen the clip where he goes in there and he's like, yeah, can I just get a large black coffee? And she's like, oh, you mean a Venti? No. He's like, well, Venti is large. And he's like, no, large is large. Grande is Spanish for large. Venti means 20. Venti's the only one that doesn't make sense. Congratulations, you're stupid in 3 languages. Paul Rudd. Yeah, that's who it is. Paul Rudd. I can't remember.
No, dude,
Paul
I
Rudd's
don't vape.
Oh. Y'all talking about the marijuanas.
I don't do the vaporizer. I don't like that.
Someone always knows. Axios lies. They knew everyone flipped short, yeah. My other question is, when does Trump get in front of the cameras again? We haven't had him in front of the cameras in a few days. Let's check that.
Always an event.
Let's check. Just keep rolling. Let's see Trump's schedule today. Closed press. Signing time, policy meeting. Oh, the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Surely at some point we get him in front of a camera today, right? Doesn't look like it though. I guess we'll have Levitt at some point, but
Got Limp Bizkit stuck in my head.
just keep rolling, rolling, rolling.
You're gonna get demonetized, man.
Nah. I don't even have monetization turned on right now. I haven't even like, boy, I hadn't heard that song forever. I don't even know why it's stuck in my head. Throw your hands up. What does he say at that song? Chocolate starfish or something crazy? Got that nookie in on your head. I wasn't like a huge like Limp Bizkit guy. Like some of the songs are just big enough, you know, that everyone listened to them, but like this one. I like Papa Roach a little bit better. Just keep rolling, rolling, rolling. I hate when you get a song stuck in your head and you like have to go listen to it to get it out. Just keep chopping, chopping, chopping. Kind of glad I took that trim though, because if this came all the way back up here and took me out for a loss after being up, I'd be pissed. Chocolate covered starfish. Are rallies on low volume usually a good rally or bad? I think you have to have more context than that. So I'm kind of get it through here. Let me turn on volume. So low volume rallies, like you can be, it depends on the rally, I guess, in some cases, but like, I mean, if you look like this was a low volume rally and then we got big follow through on news. So like, are they always bad? No, but high volume, so like a low volume rally, you can have just low volume grinds to the upside. But at the same time, like it's almost like I would rather see high volume as a signal. Low volume is more of like a don't pay as much attention to it. It's not like saying like fade it or anything in my head, because you can get just low volume grinds to the upside. Now, to me, sell side low volume or high volume is much different than buy side. So like those are the two pieces I look at. Is like I look more at the volume downside than upside. So if I see price pulling back on lowering volume, I like that more as a bullish type of signal, saying like sellers are getting exhausted versus low volume rallies. Now, if you're in a full on bear market, like I guess it probably has a little bit more context to it, but low volume like rallies can just keep going. Like you never short a dull market's the saying, because they could just keep going and keep going. I kind of think about it like you could probably make it an equivalent to like insider buys versus insider sells. There's a million reasons why an insider would sell a stock. They need liquidity, they want to do something else, they've been sitting in it for years, they want to buy a new beach house, whatever. It's a planned sell, something like that. But insider buys are usually based on one thing. So like to me, insider buys mean way more than insider sells. Like insider sells to me, it's kind of like, okay, whatever. They're going to sell at some point, hopefully, right? So I kind of think about it the same way on like the volume on a rally. Here we go, new high. Oh, ooh. A little jumpy. What we got? Talks with Iran ongoing with the aim of reaching an agreement. So there are talks going on, is what they're claiming. Axios. Axios reporting there's continued engagement with Iran. Yeah, there you go. So Axios reporting that there are talks ongoing. Israel's Channel 12 also reporting that. Let me throw crude up here. Oh, not there. Right there. I mean, I could just take the same short again. Glad I moved to break even though. Would have stopped out 25 points higher than I did. He's of course Axios. I mean, so you have to put the headlines in context though. So think about it this way: you had JD Vance and whoever else, Witkoff and them, go over there to Pakistan. They had 15, 20 hours of negotiations. They couldn't reach a deal, so they walked out and left. So the last headline that everyone kind of freaked out on was, hey, there's no resolution to this. Then what we saw was like, okay, well, there's no like bombs flying or anything like that. And then now you're getting a headline saying, okay, well, they're still negotiating, even though they're not like there in person. There's still ongoing talks going, is the current report, right? So just, based on best information that you have, that's what the market's reacting to. Oh, Rooster, calm down, sir. I haven't confirmed this headline, but we got DMC dropping it in the chat here. Mediators from Pakistan, Egypt, and Turkey are working to extend ceasefire from 45 to 60 days. I think I saw a piece of this headline, maybe the same one earlier, but I appreciate that being here. If I haven't confirmed it or seen it, I will put it on the screen sometimes, but I won't call it out as something that I've personally seen. But I do love when chat drops stuff in here. Makes everyone makes it better for all of us, actually. So big shout out to DMC. Why do we pop on any positive news and don't drop on bad news? Well, because the risk is downside, so people are hedged to the downside. So these, I mean, I guess you could make both arguments, but anybody that's still short the market for a hedge against their, like, you know, if you're long a bunch of stocks, but you're, you know, short the indice or you're short futures or whatever is your hedge, you know, maybe you were getting short the last couple days building into a position, you know, these algos will, you know, jump out of the, you know, these algos will react and you say, hey, we'll sell. Or if you get positive talks, like let's say that I think a lot of these algos are just programmed into where, hey, these headlines come out, just hedge us in whatever direction, like, you know, it thinks. So like if it's either shorts covering or it's people saying, hey, jump in longs right here and protect our, you know, short hedges that are already on in the near term. I don't know. A few different ways you could look at it. I mean, what you could say is this right here. Sellers do feel exhausted. Buyers have not got exhausted yet. And sellers almost, I would almost say like sellers are kind of offside. So like, you know, any of these little dips, they're finding ways to get out of the market. How tall are you, Hamid? I'm just kidding. Where are you short from? Are you short NQ? Yes, SPY, QQQ. What are you short? White House going live soon. Here we go, new highs. So now you probably look for previous session high. $390s. And then you probably look to fade it back down. Just statistically, but I have no confirmation on price, so I don't want to short without some type of price confirmation. I put together a pretty solid Monday here, so I'm not going to do anything too crazy. Patient, let the trade come to you. Shorting QQQ and XLF, Hamid, okay. What does our 4-hour look like right now? Definitely looks like this resolves higher. 500s maybe. I don't know if Rooster's ever missed a trade. It's crazy. Amazon. Amazon offering a Claude Mythos preview or something. Nothing really there. Where's SPX? Yeah. Price action looks like this wants to go higher. So no shorts for me right now. Rooster's all checked up on maple syrup. I mean, it seems like Rooster's getting paid. It's interesting. I've taken longs and shorts. I shorted this last night, back to here. Flipped long from here to up here somewhere. Got long this morning here, got short here. It's been a pretty good day. There you go. No, it's tough. Like, cause like I know, like if Rooster's trying to call out, which he started posting the levels ahead of time, which is definitely way more helpful. And it is tough because of the delay when you're trading and stuff. Oof, oof. Previous day's high. Trump is going to speak shortly, according to Fox News. Oil's dropping pretty hard here. So now we've taken out previous day's low and high, just to make things a little bit more complicated. What's up, Your Highness? What's going on? Oh, did we hit NFP? Oh, we did. 2 NFP levels here. I kind of want to see SPY get to that next one, that December one. Netflix will bank so much on Pirates of the Hormuz. Yeah, Microsoft's having a great day. Strong uptrend. Definitely not going back to 612. What is... you are tapping into a pretty big daily spot again, but it's the second time you've tapped in. SPY finally going to get back to where it was pre-conflict? God, do I really have to pull up is this gonna, I wonder if it's gonna be on Fox News or like Newsnate or whatever Fox, whatever the Fox YouTube channel is. Otherwise, I gotta watch Fox News. It says remarks at the White House. Maybe this is for, maybe it's everyone. There's your new high again. Oil dropping hard. I'm gonna have to fade this a little bit. We hit that NFP level. A little scalpy scalp. We got a True Social post now. 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. Yeah, I follow
I
I follow.
the wrong one.
I heard you in my other ear. I follow 5 people. Actually, I don't even like that one, so I follow 4 people.
That's awesome. I didn't know people had truth. But I guess
Yeah.
you have to get this.
You almost have to at this point.
Yeah. All right, I feel you. Sorry, I like went and made an omelet, so I'm just sitting here eating. Really, nothing for me to do. So
34 ships went through the strait yesterday. This foolish closure. Bunch of fools. Oh, pop, 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 pop city. Oil just dropped to 100. There's your 0.5 IB extension. There's previous day high on SPY. NFP levels abound. And a pivot point. I like 450 is a little bit more for the short, but oil bounces off 100 maybe. So I think you get a little 30, 40 point scalp short here, maybe more. Rocket Lab has FCC approval for something. I'm scalping a short here on NQ. Oh, are they going to support this thing? Ooh. Somebody threw some orders up at what, 500? Do y'all's eyes ever hurt from doing this all day? The blue light glasses help me a little bit. I also have like two of my monitors have a like a blue light filter built into them. Trump is holding 2 McDonald's bags. There is a lady outside the Oval Office talking to Trump. It says DoorDash Grandma on her shirt, and she just delivered 2 McDonald's bags to Trump. This is funny.
So we long McDonald's?
I wish I could show you guys this. DoorDash calls, yeah, a long DoorDash. Oil's under 100. I may have to take some profits here pretty quick.
Gets DoorDash, McDonald's, doesn't tip.
Is that bullish? I wish I could show you guys this. Let me see if I can get this.
Bro, imagine being that DoorDash driver and then getting that request. And it's like, to the White House? Bro, what? The Oval Office?
Here, I'm going to try to share this.
And you know it's got to be like someone that is not really a DoorDash driver.
Here's a picture I just took.
Yeah, there's no DoorDash driver.
It's the picture of my other monitor with YouTube TV playing.
Dude, I've had some sketchy DoorDash drivers. There's no way. Like, they all got like top security clearance to go and deliver like this. I'm just saying. Sheesh.
Just got a trim on that short. It's 60 or 70.
The economy's so bad they got DoorDash in now. RIP.
Boy, this tape's so jumpy. I want to get out.
Well, I mean, I had Jackson Merrill.
Oh, they're asking. He's answering questions. Dadgummit, I wish I could play the sound on this stupid YouTube TV.
You can't?
There we go.
Spinning top on the Qs last time in a candle.
It's 40-point gain. Just took another little trim here into the 9. Come on.
Where's RFK on this McDonald's? You shouldn't be eating this. Dude, there's no way
He is talking. He is talking right now. There's like there's reporters asking him questions. I wish, like, I've tried to find a feed for this, guys. I can't. There's nothing.
What DoorDash driver do you know makes a T-shirt of them for themselves saying DoorDash driver? White House had that printed up, bro.
Hold on.
Maybe Iran required a fish fillet.
We don't need this shit. We have our own oil and gas.
Can you guys hear this?
Not really.
We have more oil and gas than Saudi
Yeah, a little
Arabia.
bit.
Think of this. We produce more Saudi Arabia and add Russia to it. Substantially more. And by next year, we'll have double that amount. So we don't need it, but the world needs it. And many ships are heading to our country right now as we speak to load up with the best. Really, I guess you could say, somebody said the best and sweetest. I don't know exactly what sweet is, but when it relates to oil, it's a good thing. But they're coming to our country right now. There are many boats coming to our country. Now, it could very well be this is going to be settled before that. We've been called this morning by the right people, the appropriate people, and they want to work a deal. They would like to work a deal.
Is it your anticipation, Mr. President, that other countries will assist in this effort to blockade Iran and those?
Yeah, other countries are going to also.
Which countries, sir?
We don't need other countries, frankly, but they've offered the services. We'll let it be known probably tomorrow.
I think called this morning by Iran.
At 10 o'clock.
Robert Barron supports you and your policies and praises you for defending religious freedom.
Yeah.
He now said you owe
They got Rizzo's birds at the White House?
Will you apologize?
No, I don't, because Pope Leo said things that are wrong. He was very much against what I'm doing with regard to Iran, and you cannot have a nuclear Iran. Pope Leo would not be happy with the end result. You have hundreds of millions of people dead, and it's not going to happen. So I can't. I think he's very weak on crime and other things. So I'm not. I mean, he went public. I'm just responding to Pope Leo, and you know, his brother is a big MAGA person, and he's a great guy, Louis. And I said I like Louis better than I like the Pope. Now you have to have law and order in our country, and that's what we have now. We have the lowest crime numbers we've had in a long time, despite the fact that many criminals were allowed into our country, but we've gotten a lot of them out. We've done a great job on crime. So we have the lowest murder rate in 125 years, since 1900, the lowest murder rate. So we believe strongly in law and order, and he seemed to have a problem with that. So there's nothing to apologize for. He's wrong. The other thing is he didn't like what we're doing with respect to Iran, but Iran is wants to be a nuclear nation so they can exterminate the world. Not going to happen.
And Mr. President, on Iran, the classified deal is not reached by the end of the ceasefire. Does your threat from before still stand?
Yeah, I don't want to comment on that, but it won't be pleasant for them. Let me put it that way.
Here we go.
Times it will change in any way in terms of ending this
I don't know how well y'all can hear that. I'm doing my best.
It's going on. Just right now, there's no fighting. Right now, we have a blockade. They're doing no business. I didn't like seeing boats come out if they were doing business with Iran, but if they weren't, no boats came out. So now Iran is doing absolutely no business, and we're going to keep it that way very easily. Don't forget, their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. That's a lot.
from predominantly going to China, Mr. President, has they reached out and they're going to be.
No, but we have a very good relationship with China. He would like to see this ended also. He certainly wants it ended. Everyone, I want to see it ended too, but we can't give a nuclear weapon to a group of people that have caused nothing but havoc for 47 years. Look, I'm the president that's done something about it. This should have been, and many of the presidents regret that they didn't.
This poor DoorDash lady standing next to him. He's standing here.
Not only submitted false information, but that he had no direct knowledge of the alleged conversation. All hearsay. Do you feel vindicated by those?
Yeah, I do. They're a bunch of crooked people. You're talking about with respect to all of the things that they put against me? Yeah. Well, it's come out that in so many different ways. Thank you very much for that question. I appreciate it. But in so many different ways, the election was rigged. The 2020 election was rigged. We found that out. What you just said is just a piece of that. It's a big piece, but minor, relatively speaking, compared to what they did. They cheated on the election. They cheated on the vote. And they cheated in every way possible, and it's the only way we got an incompetent man to be president. And he was an incompetent man. Many of the things that we're talking about, even including this would have been settled a long time ago, not now. And it should have been settled by other presidents. But the election was a rigged election. We can't let that happen to our country.
Is concealment of exculpatory information what should happen?
Well, it's a very serious charge against them and the Democrats. They cheat. They can't get elected with their policy. So their policy is no good. They want to have, open borders. They want to have men playing in women's sport. Do you think that men should play in women's sports?
I really don't have an opinion on that.
You don't, I'll bet you do.
No, I'm here. No tax on tips.
Yeah.
The DoorDash lady just shut him down. DoorDash grandma shut him down.
And oil companies will be able to send their oil tankers through the strait, get more oil out to this area.
Yeah, I think they're gonna be doing very well there, and I think they're doing very well here. You know, a lot of tankers are coming up here. They're coming in empty and out full. And we have a great capacity to take care of that business.
Yeah, but we know your name, please.
Sorry, that one down.
I have not.
His
My name
reaction
is
after
Sharon
that?
Simmons.
And are the White House good tippers, do you know?
Right?
Potentially. Yes, very.
Commissary.
Trump just handed her $100 bill.
You reminded me.
He asked her, "Are the White House good tippers?" And he said, "Wait," and he pulled out a $100 bill and just handed it to her.
Did he ask you, do you want to change your answer?
Well, we're gonna see with Cuba. Cuba's another story. Cuba's been a terribly run country for a long time. It's got a bad system. It's been very oppressive, as you know. And we have a lot of great Cuban Americans, all of whom just about voted for me. And they were treated very badly. In many cases, family members have been killed. They've been beaten up and mugged, and like terrible things happen in Cuba. And Cuba's a failing nation. And we're gonna do this, and we may stop by Cuba after we're finished with this. But Cuba is a nation that has just been horribly run for many years by Castro.
You said raise funding regulator Bill Pulte, regarding those two recent referrals for Letitia James for insurance fraud. Do you know if federal prosecutors have evidence to charge?
Well, I don't know. I know she's a very corrupt person. And you're talking about the so-called Attorney General. She's a very corrupt person. That's been proven now. And I know I have nothing to do with it, but they're looking at things all over the place, more than one state, concerning her and concerning people like Comey, who's a dirty cop. Comey's a dirty cop, and dirty cops are bad. Nobody likes the police more than me, the law enforcement more than me, but Comey's a totally dirty cop, and we're not gonna stand for it. Yeah.
The UFC fight is happening at the White House this summer. The UFC typically numbers those fights consecutively, but should they label this one UFC 1776?
That's a good idea. I'll tell that to Dana White. I like that idea. I will say I've been involved with a lot of big events. I've never had an event that's had more interest in the UFC fight that we have right at the front door. Right there, they're going to start building about a 4,500 seat arena. And then in the back, at the Ellipse, we're going to have maybe 100,000, 50 to 100,000 people. I guess they're building tremendous stages, and you're going to have massive screens of the fight.
Bugs flying.
And it's very popular sport. But I have never been involved because of the White House and everything. It's a lot of reasons for it. But we're having a fight at the White House on June 14th, and we're going to have an arena built right at the front door. And if you want, is your husband up to coming? Do you think? Does he like UFC?
He might.
If he's feeling good, we'll make sure you come, okay?
That would be wonderful.
That's
Thank
better
you.
than the tip I just gave you. That's a lot better, but no, he's feeling good, right?
Yeah.
Is he doing okay? Is he going to be okay?
He's doing very well. He's doing very well. He actually, during the process, he wrote a book. And
Go ahead, give him the name. Yes,
he hasn't had it published yet, but it's a book on humility. And his name is Leo, and he's just doing good. He's doing great.
How long are you married?
We have been married for 6 years.
Oh, so that's
But
good.
we've, I know people
In reality.
Mr. Sailor, he's going to be good. Okay, he's going to get better, and he's going to be good.
Dude,
Yes,
look
sir.
at the fold in
Well,
that
I want to
shirt.
thank
The
you all,
shirt
and I
is
especially
brand
want to
new.
thank
There's
you
no
for
way
being
she
here.
can
Well,
wear
I
that
want
more
to
than
thank
that.
you for tax on tips. It has helped my
Look at
family
the
out
hard crease
immensely.
on the shoulder.
I definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
The one thing that I just in leaving, we've had more good press for change having to do with the fact that people are receiving more money from their tax refunds than they ever thought possible. We had a man the other day got $5,000. In other words, they weren't expecting anything like this, and it's because of the great big beautiful bill. And
We did hit,
that's why you came,
1650
and I really
SPX,
appreciate it.
big
You'll
level.
tell your husband to get better.
I will.
And if he's feeling good, you'll come up and you'll watch that fight.
All
Okay,
right.
June
I
14th.
appreciate it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any update
Thank
on
you.
DOJ,
Thank you.
Your reaction, Mr. Warlock? DOJ, any update on who you want to lead DOJ with or not?
Well, I think Todd, as far as doing a fantastic job, I will say that. He's a great lawyer. I know that because he's been with me a long time. And so far, he's doing a great job. But we have incredible people in the DOJ, getting better all the time. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so you just heard the president and what sort of the president and his staff there, but then stayed a little bit and chatted with him as well, asking her questions like,
Oh, man.
the no tax on tips, and she was sharing what a big
Well, no need to watch any reality TV today. We just got our daily dose.
this week being tax week, a week
All right, let me get
just speaking for myself, usually dread, but due to the president's decreasing of regulations and increasing the standard deduction and the like, Americans have been enjoying.
Oh, that's Frank's. Okay, Frank had it pulled up too. I thought I was like, why am I still hearing this?
that we
All righty.
Good call on that short, Frank.
Yeah.
We are about to we're kind of in the lunch hour here a little bit. We'll see. I think we have our friend Paul from Leverage Shares is going to join us here in just a couple minutes as well. Talk some bigger picture stuff, pick his brain a little bit for you guys. See, it is a 5-minute little shooting star, and we've got oil holding right on 100 over here. Be interesting. Give it another minute or so here, and I think we'll have Paul from Leverage Shares join us. And excited. Big shout out to Leverage Shares sponsoring the show. Live free stream all day, every day, anytime the market's open. Our partners make that happen. And we get great insights, great research, interesting tools to put on your radar as well. Shout out to that. And if there's one guy, and I'm going to get him connected here, if there's one guy that's been pounding the dip, buys here. There he is. There's Paul. Paul, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
Hey, well, good for a Monday. Market nice and green, up almost 0.5% here. And I was just saying, if there's one person that has been very, I don't know if I want to say that you're pounding the table, but you've been very vocal about, hey, this is a viable dip down here. And well, you've been right so far for sure. Paul, how's it going?
I'm good, man. I'm good. It's either the end of the world or it's a viable dip, right? I don't think it's the end of the world. I know people are like calling for recession. I don't see it. So, and again, I'm not like, I don't want to come off like I'm all knowing. If somebody could tell me what's happening, I've been traveling. So a little bit of vacation with my kids in St. Lucia in the Caribbean. That was fun. Got to shut it down for a little bit. Although I did make time for you guys that week. Then the following week, I was traveling for business in Bangkok. And, there's so many people that are interested in, what makes Donald Trump tick, right? So, and when will this thing end? Like, I don't know exactly when it's going to end. And a lot of that hinges on, what Iran does and how much they dig in their heels. But there's going to be a lot of pressure on Iran from, China, and Trump's traveling out to China pretty soon too, to have talks there. And they're really kind of like, trapped. They're in a corner. There's not really much they could do. They've been beaten down. There's no win for them here except to sort of save face a little bit, right? So just now, right before I got on here, I saw that Trump said that he just got a call from credible people that they want to start talking again. I think it's in the best interest to get oil flowing and, especially for our allies in Asia and for China. So something's going to happen soon enough. And the reason why I'm bullish is because if you take all the noise away and all the disruption, and it's real, I mean, I get it. You have to sort of mitigate that risk a little bit. I think in your high conviction areas, they all return. I think the themes are still intact. And so if they're still intact and the investment thesis is there, just get through all this volatility, stomach through it. And then, on the other side is good returns. That's just my opinion. I'm sticking with that, at least. If I'm wrong, we'll know. I'll have to come on here and hang my head in shame and say, yeah, the recession people were right. I'm wrong, whatever. But I just don't see it happening.
Well, recessions don't just happen overnight either. Just to be fair there, but the thing I love is that you will come back either way and eat your crow if you're wrong. But so far, you've been right. Your argument makes sense. I think that's nobody really knows, right? But you try to piece together everything and you go with the highest probability or the highest conviction thesis that you can come up with based on data, based on everything that you study. And Paul and his team obviously over there studying a lot of this data, leverage shares, themes, ETFs as well. Real quick, for those that don't know Paul, he does come on with us quite often. We partner with Leverage Shares. Please go to leverageshares.com. Make sure you read the prospectus. We will talk about some tickers and stuff in here. Also, within that, you can find here, I'll just pull it up on the screen, themes ETFs as well. So themesetfs.com, another piece of this with some really great stuff, some different baskets that we're going to talk about some here today as well. Make sure you read the prospectus and summary prospectus on everything. Do your own due diligence. You can find all that here on the website. Don't just ape into anything here, guys. But 2x leverage ETFs from Leverage Shares and then some great baskets here at Themes ETF. Excited to have Paul joining us to talk some markets, talk some opportunities here in the market. Paul, I guess just staying high level before we kind of dive into anything else. It feels like the market isn't scared anymore. The one thing that I've noticed, and I'm curious your thoughts on this, at the high of day, basically, or we're basically there, 683 is where I was trading that range before this all started. So we're basically back to where we started. Now, oil itself is 50% higher than it was. Is that still just is that hedging? Is that just, hey, maybe we have a higher floor in oil now, but who really cares? The conflict and even the developments over this weekend where I look at it and I go, okay, the talks did fall apart. People hedged themselves short a little bit. We came ripping back today, and there's still talks going on from what we just heard. So it's not like we didn't send a bunch of B2s over there again. We just said, okay, we're just going to blockade some ships. So it seems like things are going in the right direction, I guess. I don't know how else to word that, but I'm curious your take kind of maybe on the big picture here.
So U.S. has all the leverage, number one. So is it going to go in our direction? Yeah, it'll eventually go in our direction, one way or the other. Even if we have to send B-2 bombers over there and, take out all the bridges and all that stuff, which is the last thing that anybody really wants us to do, it's going to go in our direction. So it's just a matter of timing. That's number one. Number two, when it comes to the price of oil, that's more of a political thing from my perspective. The price of oil going up to $4 on average across the country has more to do with the midterm elections than it does with the actual economy, right? So while if you're on Trump's side and you want the Republicans to win, higher oil prices impacts you. If you're on the other side, you're really excited because it may take a hit to his popularity and to the people that he supports. But from an economic perspective, it's not really going to impact the economy overall in the United States. And in fact, we're energy independent. We have the means to make that go down over time. Really what it does is it impacts, some of the big compute and high energy needs that are happening in Asia. And like I said, it was just in Asia. So they're very concerned. They want to see energy prices go down. They want to see the Strait of Hormuz open up. But from our perspective, it's more of a day-to-day, how much it costs you to fill up the gas pump, all that stuff. But it's not really affecting our overall economy. So when you talk about themes in the United States, you know, like we've been talking about, like NATO. NATO is one of the big themes that we've been discussing, transatlantic defense. I saw it pop up on the screen before. Like, how is that being impacted? In fact, with depleting 5 years of, you know, military buildup, only to have to replace that again. I mean, that bodes well for aerospace and defense stocks. Europe being isolated now, and the talks of, you know, us not being as committed to NATO, that only bolsters what this strategy is doing, because Europe has to now build their own defense. Like I read something last week about how Great Britain, the United Kingdom, and like France, they don't even have any naval ships anymore. Like literally, like how are they going to defend themselves? Like they can talk tough all they want, but they can't defend themselves. France can't defend themselves. Italy can't defend themselves. They need the United States inside of NATO member countries. So like, regardless of all the noise that's happening, this is still a long-term investment into defense in European nations and in the United States. Regardless of what's happening in Iran, none of this gets impacted. So we like this. You know,
Well,
we really, yeah. Go ahead.
So that's the interesting spot here. So like I wanted Paul to come on here and talk to us about some of the different like opportunities around the market and hitting some of the different sectors and stuff. And this is one of the ones that I wanted, you know, and I'm glad you let off with this one, because this is the one I wanted to hit on. Regardless, just to hit that point again, whatever happens over in the Middle East with the Strait, Iran, and whatever thing, let's say things get settled shortly. Let's say they drag out for 6 more months. Either way, irregardless of all that, we know that there is crazy amounts of spend going. We know that we're basically going into like a new generation of warfare either way. We know that Trump wants 1.5 trillion for defense next year, and we know that he wants NATO countries to spend more on their part. So to me, all I hear is more and more and more, no matter what.
We've expended 5 years of munitions in a couple of weeks.
And we have to put it all back too.
Yeah, we got to put it all back, and then we've
that.
got to reinvest in the future, which is changing at a rapid pace. So that's just the U.S. And again, if you talk about the number 1.5 trillion, like Trump hangs his hat on building the military and being strong, like that's going to get done. And then again, if you look at Europe is like, they might talk tough. They might come out with, you know, with some one-liners here or there about the U.S. and they might all get together in Europe and talk about how they don't need the U.S. or they're not going to capitulate with the U.S. But at the end of the day, like they need us in NATO, and if we're not there, they're going to have to build their defense even more. So let's look at the first case. Like if they want the U.S. involved, then they're going to have to live up to their commitments, and Trump's going to force them to do that. Spend goes up, right, significantly. If they don't live up to their commitments and the United States pulls out, well, then they really have to spend because they have to build up their own defense because the United States isn't going to be there for them. So either way, the spend, yeah, it's
left hand, right hand. Either way, it's happening.
Right. So that's why we love this space. We think the long-term spend is inevitable. And it's already underway. And the other part of this is, regardless of what happens in the economy, regardless of what happens geopolitically, with like, this is a place that is quote unquote, no pun intended, defensive. Like when the market's getting hammered, it's still doing well versus other thematics, other sectors, because the spend has to be there. So it's a defensive play, and it's also a high growth area.
Yeah, I'm glad we hit on that one, because we're looking at if the market does just come roaring back here, there's certain sectors of the market that I think are going to do very well. And there's pieces like this, these thematics, and that's what you guys over there at Leverage Share / Themes ETFs, both, you have a lot of these baskets that are built this way. And I love the idea of like, hey, no matter what happens in the market, this is a good place to be. But if the market does come back very strong, these are the ones that are probably going to outperform as well. And that's what I think about. And I know you guys, like, we're talking about NATO, NATO, for those that maybe didn't catch the ticker there. It really has not much to do. It's a great ticker name, but it's not saying, hey, we're investing in NATO or whatever. It's a name that goes with all these great companies that are basically defense. Like, can you
largest
talk about
aerospace and
the
defense
construction
companies, and the key differentiator is these are prime contractors. So what does that mean? Right? We talk about how much countries are going to spend. Well, who do they spend that with? They spend that, the majority of that, with prime contractors. The government just doesn't get to go invest with whoever they want. Like, they have to invest with prime contractors. That's what you see inside of this portfolio. That's where the majority of the spend's going. It's kind of like when you think about the hyperscalers in NVIDIA, like the majority of the spend's going to NVIDIA. You can make a really easy prediction of what the revenue is going to be like for NVIDIA, because you know all the hyperscalers send the money there. Same thing with these companies. Like, they're getting the big spend. That $1.5 trillion from the US goes to these prime contractors. That increase from 2% to 5% of GDP in spending in defense goes to those prime contractors in Europe. It's just very simple.
We're talking about investing here. Obviously, not financial advice here, but the idea here is, hey, spend is increasing. They're telling you where it's going. Wouldn't you want to be exposed to those companies? Another point that I want to make here real fast before we move on, Paul, is, well, 2 points. First off, regardless of what happens with NATO, the US and NATO, because I see some people in the chat, regardless of what happens, these companies are still going to be beneficiaries for all the points that Paul was just hitting on. Also, I don't know how many of you guys, I just saw a headline over the weekend, maybe early this morning, around Rolls-Royce getting a big contract for something. Now, some of these names, as you see here, Rolls-Royce, Safran, and Airbus, these are listed in Europe. It's not easy for the average US investor to just jump into these, but Paul and his team have created this ETF to get you these exposures. So not only are you getting, yes, you could go out and buy some GE Aerospace or some Boeing, RTX, whatever, Lockheed Martin, Honeywell, of course. But some of these foreign names, what I love about these ETFs is the fact that they're able to get these into one basket, investable for the US investor, which I know most of you are in the chat. You're not having to go figure out, how do I get my money into the French markets, to get some Airbus, to get some Safran? How do I get over into the London exchange to get some Rolls-Royce?
Yeah, we're making it easy for you. This is exposure to the aerospace and defense sector. And, like I said, very, very easy. ETF, US exchange listed, low cost. So, we'll give you the exposure. It's a pure play. That's another thing that you should know. We're not juicing it with, tech companies that are on the fringe of defense just to try to get you that extra juice. That extra juice, sometimes it works for you when tech's running. Sometimes it works against you.
Works both ways, huh?
Yeah, we think this is an independent return stream in defense and aerospace, and we like the pure play.
Absolutely. Well, I'm glad we hit on that one. We're chatting with Paul here. Got about another 15, 20 minutes or so of Paul's time. Paul, we appreciate your time coming on, sharing some thoughts here during kind of the back half of the lunch hour. Market just kind of chopping around up here at highs. We'll get back to the live trading, guys, throughout the rest of the day, but we'd love to try to bring you some value in the middle of the day here when things slow down a little bit and we get somebody like Paul and his team with great insights. We always jump at that opportunity. If you guys have any questions or any thoughts that you want to throw in, we can definitely throw those at Paul and get his thoughts around them. Paul, I want to ask about this AI and software kind of thematic stuff here, and I'm not sure, and maybe you can answer this better, because I know you guys have like the cybersecurity one, the humanoid robotics one, generative AI. You've got a few other options here that hit this, but the one thing that stuck out to me in this market bounce is IGV software still getting smoked. Everyone ran right back to the AI trade. That stuck out clear as day to me over the last week. Everyone ran straight back into semis and the AI trade, and everyone stayed away and kept selling software. I'm just curious your thoughts around maybe those two pieces and what you guys are looking at. For example, why is generative artificial intelligence, the AI thematic bucket that you guys have here, and any other buckets that you guys are really excited about?
Yeah, I think one of the ones that we're really excited about is BOTT, B-O-T-T. That's our humanoid robotics ETF. And again, when you think about this, why everybody ran to the semi. So people are really concerned with everything that AI can do from a software perspective. And I don't think they really understand how that's going to enhance software. So if you're a little bit longer term, I think software is an interesting play to get into. But there's going to be a little bit of time for people to sort of understand how AI actually enhances software versus replaces software, and what that means for those companies. So right now it's choppy, and as you know, most people don't like to get on something that's been getting beat up for a long period of time. On the humanoid robotics side, on the semiconductor side, first let's start with that. Like, it doesn't matter what layer of AI you're in, semiconductors are going to do really well because the need is for high compute and for memory. And so when you think about artificial intelligence, you can't just think about generative AI anymore. You got to think about agentic, you got to think about robotic, and you got to think about inference AI and the memory that goes along with that. So all those areas are critically important. The chips, they can't make the semiconductor chips fast enough. They can't make the racks fast enough. There's so much demand. The demand never goes away. So that's a critical and key component. And that's why I think you saw people go back to AI. I don't think anybody really, I think people got nervous about AI, but I think there's a lot of high conviction there. And then when you talk about bot, that takes you to the whole nother level of a very early stage industry that is poised for growth. Because, you know, for years you had all of this intelligence, the thinking. And now we're entering that point where we're doing stuff, right? So it's starting with agentic, and then it's going to robotic. And robotic is sort of that third phase. There was, like I said, the generative, the agentic, and then the humanoid robotic. So why is this super important? And it's interesting. I was just in Thailand. One of the descendant of Thailand, one of the most popular descendants of Thailand, Tiger Woods, right? Literally, like, going through a tough time, crashing his car because he's got a little bit of a problem with opioids, and it's causing him some issues. Like, think about how humanoid robotics could change his life. You know, he doesn't want to have a driver because he wants his privacy, but if he had an autonomous vehicle, he wouldn't need to worry about his privacy. The robot's not going to tell anybody anything, right? So that's one place. We talk about all this geopolitical warfare, right? Autonomous aircraft, incredible what it could do for military might, plus all the robots and the drones that go in. That's all humanoid robotics. But then take it to another level, like industrial use. So all of these factories, the dirty work, the dangerous work, the heavy lifting, robots are going to be taking over all of those dirty, dangerous jobs in the future to allow human beings to do more productive work and meaningful work. Then they're going to take it into your home. So for elderly care, like helping elderly people get around the house, or, you know, mowing your lawn, doing the dishes, like so many different applications for robotics. And then even more so in healthcare with robotic surgeries and various different things. Like, we are just in the early stages of this. Now, look at the year-to-date return on this, right? Still really juicy for the down market, but you could see it took a big hit, and it took a big hit right when we attacked Iran. Why? Because this is an international portfolio, and while about 26 or 27% is in the US, you know, another third is in South Korea, another third is in China and Hong Kong. And when the Strait of Hormuz closed down and the energy costs went up, it took a little bit of a hit. You ask me where I think a good opportunity is, and again, I'm not making a recommendation, but I think as that Strait of Hormuz opens up, as energy prices start to come down over the second half of the year, I think what you're going to see is people starting to get back into these names. And I think it's like a really interesting sector, not just for the short term, but for the long term. And if we settle this energy thing in the back half of the year, energy prices come down into Europe, into Asia, and China, I think what you're going to see is a rebound in these names, and then the growth story to continue. So we really like humanoid robotics. It ties in with AI and semiconductors, but also all of the other applications that I just talked about, which we see as the future, not just for 3 years, 5 years, but 10, 15, 20 years down the road into 2050.
Yeah, so for traders and investors both, I love the thought process here of, hey, this is where, from an investment perspective, I definitely want to be looking for opportunities to park, some exposure here. And from the trading perspective, for those of you that are traders, where do you think is going to get the highest beta reactions in an up market? It's going to be these type of plays, in my opinion, right? My opinion. Once again, not a recommendation like Paul said, but just my opinion. I was noticing Teradyne, just this chart is incredible. It's one of the top holdings that you guys haven't bought. And I look at this weekly chart right here is absolutely insane, which over on the leverage share side of things, especially for you traders, the 2x leveraged daily ETFs. There's so many of these. Teradyne's one of them. Obviously, NVIDIA, that Teradyne one's TERG. And you can see, like, boy, talk about a name that's just flying right here. So I just want to make sure everyone knows, you know, we're talking about some of the more thematic baskets, but for you traders, you can look at some of the favorite names in some of these and find your opportunities there using the 2x leverage version as well, staying away from the crazy VIX option stuff right now and taking advantage of it on that side as well, Paul.
Yep. And these thematics that we have are designed to be just diversified enough to mitigate some risk, but very, very highly concentrated in what we think are the highest growth names, so that you're capturing the upside of whatever sector or theme that we're talking about in a pure play.
Yeah, there's so many different ones. I saw a couple questions. I want to make sure we hit this in the chat a little bit. KTOS, what was that? Kratos, I think. Are they in the NATO?
Yeah,
I
they
didn't
are.
pull up the full holdings.
And you know, it's a funny story that I have around this. Kratos is one of the holdings inside of our Transatlantic Defense ETF. I was on a CNBC like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, with a competitor fund that's actively managed. They were talking about their Kratos exposure, which we had exposure to Kratos too, but it was one of their top holdings. A week and a half after that, or 2 weeks after that, maybe, I read an article in Yahoo Finance that same manager then sold out of their Kratos. And then a few days after that, we attack Iran and Kratos takes off. And so what I always say is, it's like, you know, yes, it's in our portfolio because it's high growth, it's defense, it's really important, and it's getting a lot of that investment that I was talking about. But, you know, we also are a passive strategy, giving you exposure to that market in a pure play. We're not trying to predict or, you know, be active and try to predict, you know, what the right timing is. We just want to make sure that we have that exposure inside of the portfolio. So yes, it's in there. If it ever, you know, these are based on index methodology. If it ever doesn't meet the index methodology, we'll take it out. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, it's in the portfolio and it's been performing pretty well for us.
I appreciate you guys in the chat still keeping the news. Yeah, if I see anything crazy, news headlines, or, you know, candles start jumping, obviously I'll get you guys the breaking news as well. We got a few more minutes here with Paul, so trying to take full advantage of that. Guys, if you have a question, feel free to drop it in the chat there as well. Appreciate Paul answering that last one on Kratos. Paul, I want to ask just kind of a housekeeping question here. As far as these different thematic ETFs that you guys do have, how often do you guys rebalance these? Do you put names in and out? Just curious, is that monthly, quarterly?
It varies.
I know you
So
guys
it varies
have
based on the
flexibility.
Yeah, it varies based on the index, but it's very rules driven. So BOT, for instance, is rebalanced on a quarterly basis. GSIB is rebalanced on a semi-annual basis. So on and so forth. NATO is rebalanced on a quarterly basis. So it really just depends on the ETF and the methodology. But yeah, so for what I would recommend for everybody, just go in, make sure that you're comfortable with the methodology, make sure that you're comfortable, understand how we do all that stuff. But yeah, we want to make sure that, you know, just like anything else, that we're rebalancing on a regular basis, depending upon the sector, so that we don't get overly concentrated in any one position. But it varies. I wish I could give you one answer, but it varies. Depends on the theme, depends on the sector.
Here's a good question here as well. The capped accelerated. We haven't talked about these much in a little while here, but the capped accelerated and leveraged ETFs, is a monthly reset of some kind? I know the basic answer to this, but Paul, I've got you here. I would love for you to hit on how these capped accelerated kind of protect the upside down by limiting it, but also keeping you within a range so you're not just getting wrecked in a down market.
Yeah, so the goal of the capped accelerated strategies is to give you the opportunity for 2 times the upside up to a cap. And the reason for the cap is that we're buying protection on the downside so that you can only go down 1 times the move, right? So they're reset on a monthly basis. So the caps are set on the final closing day of the prior month, and then they're good for that next month. And that's what you would do. You go to the website at the beginning of the month, look at what the cap is. If it's attractive, that's where you might want to, make a trade into the fund. You could also look at the remaining caps during the month. So depending upon the movement of the underlying stock, there might be, a better remaining cap. If the underlying security hasn't moved, what you'll find is the more volatility in the stock and the better the pricing on the options, the higher the cap might be on any given month. And then really it's just up to you to decide whether or not you think it's worth getting into that strategy, whether or not you think there's enough of an upside, to actually make it worth the investment.
Great question there. I'm glad we had Paul here to explain that, because it is really neat how they, use the options market, I guess, to basically create the opportunity, but also get some protection. So it's like putting some guardrails. It's like a bowling, and then you put the rails.
Yeah, it's like a structured node inside of a daily liquid ETF.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that. In the last few minutes here, Paul, I want to ask, just let me circle back, software. So a lot of people are looking at some of these software names that are just getting brutalized, and they're saying, hey, the value is kind of here. Even though it's got that rain cloud of what is AI going to, just crush it. And, I know you guys have spam cybersecurity. We keep seeing these headlines that, hey, a lot of these, like, what is it, Anduril or Anthropic or whoever, Anthropic is basically able to do. And then you hear like these other analysts come out and they're like, no, Anthropic is not doing what CrowdStrike does, for example. These names are getting unfairly beaten up over that. I'm curious, do you have any thoughts around, cybersecurity and kind of back to that software thematic of, is it a, hey, we're finding value, but we need the narrative to back off a little bit before we kind of get some relief, or where are we at over there?
Yeah, so I think, again, people listen to a story that they're smart. They're just smart enough to like understand what's being said, but apply it the wrong way, right? And so, people heard about Anthropic coming out with free, software, cybersecurity for businesses, and then they automatically thought like, Amazon and all these big companies are just going to go with a free version of Anthropic, and that's what they're going to use for their cybersecurity, right? Or they thought, oh, well, all of these companies could take it on their own. Well, let me ask you a question. We're not in that situation, but let's just say you're Jeff Bezos, or you're the CEO of you're Jassy, and you're the CEO of Amazon, right? Like, do you want to build your own cybersecurity and manage it just because you can? Just because you can use something like Anthropic and make it great? But if something happens, do you want to be responsible for it? No. Like, think about what happened with CrowdStrike back a couple of years ago with that patching, right, where it went wrong. Like, yeah, there was a massive disruption, and there were people that were really upset. But at the end of the day, if you were a Delta customer and you were disrupted in your air flight, you didn't blame Delta, you blamed CrowdStrike. All of these companies need somebody that's on the watchtower guarding them with the responsibility of guarding them. That's number one. Number two, there is more security in independent companies that communicate and collaborate with each other to ward off like all of this like infectious malware that's coming at them on a regular basis, new infections, new disruptions, like all that stuff. So for I think everybody's like smart enough to know, oh, well, Anthropic could do this, and OpenAI could do this, and perhaps all that's going to go away. I don't think it's going to go away at all. And I think there's a lot of other applications for the software, and AI will augment the software development so that these companies can get better and better and better and better. So again, this is one of those spaces where it's like a massive disruption. If you look at our spam, it's a cybersecurity thematic strategy. Again, it's just diversified enough so that you're not crushed. You're down 7.33%. Nobody wants to be down that much, but you're diversifying and mitigating the risk on the downside. But we think when software comes back, when cybersecurity comes back, and we think it has to, because cybersecurity is such a critical component, not only to governments, but businesses, healthcare, everything. We think this is an excellent way to play it, pure play, to capture it on the upside.
Yeah, cybersecurity. It's hard for me to imagine a reality where we don't need cybersecurity. It's hard for me to imagine a world where everyone has, a Claude bot trying to protect their multi-billion-dollar companies. Like, it's really hard for me to even wrap my mind around that. So I think I'm going to go the other side.
You can't have an AI bot managing your cybersecurity, because like even the stuff that we talk about, right? Like, what if you get a rogue bot and he's just like, yeah, screw it, man. We're gonna let these guys in. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we still have so much to learn about AI. Like, who's just handing off their cybersecurity to Anthropic? I mean, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, if it's your mom and pop shop, you know, one office, like a small town somewhere, maybe. But Delta Airlines is not getting rid of CrowdStrike.
Amazon's not getting rid of it. Like, none of those people are getting rid of it. They can't afford to. Healthcare systems, imagine.
Oh God, yeah, and the amount of sensitive data that's in there too. Like,
Goldman Sachs, Fidelity. Like, think of all the Charles Schwab with all these trillions of assets. Like, well, they're just going to be like Anthropic, right in. You know, come on, it's just so silly. It's but again, this is the world that we live in, where there's enough people out there that are smart enough to get the information, but not smart enough to apply it properly. And then it's just like, you know, everybody's selling it off. So it's probably a good opportunity for investors that want to get into software and cybersecurity. And I would even apply that across other companies, like, you know, like a ServiceNow or something like that. I mean, they've gotten beaten up, but they're pretty good companies.
Yeah, it's crazy seeing, you know, especially you go look at a valuation standpoint of some of these companies and you're going, okay, well, at some point you should get some kind of relief. And I know people are starting to, you know, look at that as an asymmetrical risk reward. They're starting to build in there, even though, you know, the narrative right now has not been good. But the narrative was bad about Google for a long time, Paul.
I know.
Search was dead, right?
Bad about Apple, you know, like, look. I mean, you can go bad. So many companies, like, the narrative was bad for a long period of time until it got better or there was a change. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is dead. What'd you say?
I was saying search is dead is what they said about Google. And then now look where Google's at. Google outperforming every.
If you look at this chart and go back and look at the ServiceNow chart, we're getting close to that little dip there in ServiceNow. Like, that's what's forming right there. See?
Yeah, and then you go back into the greater trend.
Yeah.
Right back. Yeah.
Yep.
I like the thoughts there. Paul, we really appreciate your time. Anything that we did mention today that you want to make sure we mention? Anything else maybe that sticks out to you or comes to mind?
I know banks are coming out with earnings. Banks are coming out with earnings this week. We have globally systemically important banks. I think that's a really interesting one to look at. And then again, you know, the volatility that's happened in gold and in silver. You know, I would take a look at copper. I love copper. COPA is our thematic ETF on copper miners. But man, I like copper is really holding up pretty well. And I just think, like, this is one of the ones again, I don't make recommendations, but I've been like trying to get people to look at, because everybody was so interested in gold and silver, which I get it, but they had gone parabolic. I really like this chart. I think it's a really good looking long-term chart that never really went parabolic and like is in a pretty good uptrend. And for the first time in a long time, there's an additional catalyst besides like construction, and it's AI, because they're using them inside of all of the chips as cooling plates, and then they're also rewiring all those new racks that have to be developed for the data centers, all being done with copper wiring. So again, I just think it's an interesting play. Did it cool down a little bit with everything going on? Yeah, but it didn't get smoked the way that gold or silver got smoked, and it's never gone as parabolic as those two. And again, this is a story that people have been talking about for 10 years, 12 years, and it just never moved. And I think it's going to start to move now.
Yeah, a couple things on that. I like the fact that it really hasn't done the overextended crazy move like gold and obviously like silver did. I love that it's coming out of a consolidation. A lot of people, we had Paper Gains. Most of our crowd knows Paper Gains was on here. He was pounding the table on Freeport. Was it McMoran, I think is the correct term here? Yeah. FCX. You look at this chart. I mean, this is a weekly chart. And I look at this just absolute base here that we're breaking out of. I mean, this is it was a 5-year consolidation that it's breaking out of. It back tested just on the technical structure for the chart people out there. You had these highs that it back tested on this, and just look at it just flying here on a weekly chart here. with that, and it's top holding in Copa.
Yeah, don't sleep on copper. I'm telling you, it's an interesting one.
There it is. A little bonus sneak in here at the end of our time with Paul. Paul from Leverage Shares and Themes ETFs, leverageshares.com, themesetfs.com. I dropped it in the chat earlier. Use it as a launching point. Do your due diligence, of course. We appreciate Paul coming on here. Paul, thanks so much for your time coming on, sharing some thoughts with us.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you. Good to be back in the U.S. too.
Yeah, good to see you. Glad you're back at home base.
All right. Take care, guys.
All right. We'll see you on the next
Bye-bye.
one, Paul. Take care, guys. All right, everyone. Appreciate Paul coming in from the Leverage Shares team. Him and his team, they do so much research, so much great stuff out there. Obviously, we work with them, but we appreciate just getting the insights too here during the launch hour. Market's just been floating higher throughout. I've been keeping, my other screen over here, keeping an eye on it. Not much has changed in the market since then, but boy, anytime I can bring some extra value during the middle of the day, guys, I'm going to. Just because I think it's so important. If you're a trader, obviously you got like the 2x leverage ETFs and stuff like that. But those of you that, if you're a trader, day trader, you should also be some type of long-term investor. Your day trading profits, a percentage of that, I don't care how much you want to take, but a percentage of your day trading profits should be going into some type of long-term portfolio, some type of long-term, investing baskets of some type, whether you're an active or passive, whatever. You should be doing some long-term investing if you're a trader. It's kind of blows my mind how many traders I talk to that they don't even think about long-term stuff. They just think they can just be active all the time. But I get it, be an active investor. But definitely there's bigger things out there than just trading futures, just trading SPY and QQQ and just buying those, obviously. So big shout out to that. Big shout out to all you guys hanging in here. Some good questions in the chat, some good conversation. I saw some of the headlines you guys were pushing through there a little bit as well. Didn't seem like anything really happened. Pakistan awaiting replies from the US and Iran to resume talks. Yeah, duh. Like that one's a duh, but the headline is the headline. I'm hearing Goolsby's making some comments on Fox Business right now. That's Fed Speaker Goolsby. And we haven't really done much. Good chat. Any of you guys in any trades here? Did you stay long on this? I mean, we didn't quite get to the 450s, but Rooster wanted that 437. I think I saw earlier in the chat. I don't know if anybody else is trading this right now actively, but boy, we engulfed Friday at this point, so it's tough to do much else right here. Hard trend confirmation here as well. Remember I talked about earlier that 21 EMA on the 5-minute chart. We touched it back here before we even took off. And then look, we came back to it. We held it, started curling back up. This turned into basically your flag, whatever you want to call it. Pushed back up, overextension. You came back down, you back tested. I mean, you checked all the boxes here basically. And now floating higher. Oil drifting lower, got through that 100, drifting lower down here. So I don't know. We'll see. I was looking at that bigger picture. Let me go back to the daily here. There's SPX. Let's take a look at SPY. SPY basically there. I mean, look, the reason I highlighted this right here is because this day right here was the day before the conflict started. And we've almost worked our way back to that spot. Now, yes, oil is much higher. I don't know. Paul's been pounding the table on he's still bullish. He still thinks it's a bull market. We're going to get continuation. And I have to say he's been pretty right so far. Even when we were doing this, he was saying, "Hey, nothing's fundamentally changed once things get sorted out." And you're kind of seeing, but I hear the cautious arguments as well that a lot of you are making. I see you in the chat. Oil cannot stay at 100 a barrel for much longer without straining the global economy. Obviously, the U.S., you can hear arguments that say, U.S. will be fine. We have our own oil, blah, blah, blah. Well, if everyone else's cost of goods went up and we buy goods from everyone else, it's going to trickle back at some point too, right? So we'll see. My dividend port is my salary, and trading gains are my commission. Frosty Dog, I love this. I absolutely love this. Let me read that again to everyone. My dividend port is my salary, and trading gains are my commission. I'm not saying you have to go do dividends. What I'm saying here is the general approach. He has a portfolio providing him with returns. And then the way he's wording this here is he's like, what I make day trading is just the commission on top of what I'm actually making from the rest. The order of importance here is 1,000% correct, in my opinion, from Frosty Dog. I love that. 6850 SPX. Are we hitting there again? Yeah, we're stuck there. Not surprising, honestly. Boy, I may have to just purge this chart and just delete all these levels and go redraw them at some point. 6850 SPX, pretty big spot here. Yeah. Nothing too crazy though. I just wonder, do we just keep floating higher, or it seems like the people offsides, the people that probably, weren't long down here, or they were shorting into this for protection, and then they've said, okay, well, I'll reshort now that we popped up here, because surely we'll come back and fill this gap. Surely we'll come back and backtest the 200. Well, what that can do is create a scenario like this that takes a while to finally get a pullback. Oh, this as well. Let me make another point here. Frosty Dogs kind of just reminded me of it just by saying this. So when I think about it this way, I had a problem with being over, what's the term I'm looking for? Like over tinkering with my longer term portfolio. So between like longer like swing trades, like any 6 months out dated options or leaps, and then obviously like equity, I had a problem with like wanting to tinker too much. And so once I separated that from like my day trading with the futures, I don't do as much options right now, but just day trading with the futures, and then keeping that other part where I'm not just staring at it every day all day. That helped me stop overthinking, like, because I would overthink things a lot. How was the weekend? Jay Newt, my weekend was pretty solid. Got a little rain here. I didn't do a whole lot of anything. That's almost exactly what I wanted to do. To be 100% honest. Spent a lot of times playing with the kids. Did a couple puzzles with the kids. So it was just really good quality time spent with my kids and relaxing. I watched a lot of Masters on TV. So I have to say, I didn't do anything, and it was exactly what I wanted. How was yours, Jay Newt? Did you have a good weekend? Hope everyone had a great weekend. Step 1, get fat portfolio. Why does oil keep falling? Well, so you priced it, like everyone saw the headlines and they looked at oil and it gapped up hard because everybody said, oh, we didn't get a peace deal. The strait's not open. And then since then, it's been falling back down. And a couple of the things that have helped it fall back down are some of the headlines, some of the rhetoric that's coming out. So we had one headline earlier that said, 34, I think was let's see. 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, according to President Donald J. Trump. Obviously, that is way more than any we've seen. So some ships going through there is better than one ship, 3 ships, whatever. 1 ship, 2 ship, red fish, blue fish. So there's that part of the headline that's helping bring the price of oil back down. There was also the headline just a little bit ago that there's still talks ongoing. You heard Trump kind of say it. You also had somebody like Pakistan, somebody else was maybe Israel, there was another headline out there somewhere that said talks were still kind of ongoing, even though they didn't get to an agreement the other day. So that's what you want to hear. It's not what people were most concerned about, in my opinion, is like, hey, there's no ceasefire. Things are going to ramp right back up. And since that's not happening, anybody positioned for that, it's going the other direction. So oil falling back down and market pushing its way back up as, anybody heads short or people short the market, cover back out of those shorts, especially you just look at the price action for today, here's SPY. Obviously, gap down. Oh, whoa, wrong button. Gap down here. When we push up here and we accept into, so not only is this all the value from Thursday and then Friday, the Friday session here to here, once you accept into the lows here, and you see this as well, so you have a big section of value that you accepted back into and held, so now you traverse it. That it's common trader theory right there, is you accept into an area of value, you traverse it to the other side. And once we did that, you can kind of see it. It's actually a pretty clear picture here. Let me see if I can hide some drawings. All right, so you accept into previous session low, accept into all these lows, this value here. Not only do you accept in and hold that, when you push, you came back down and you hold the volume point of control. Now you're looking for value area high and previous day's highs. So that's what we've done today, guys. That's where we're at. I saw Jordan sneak in for a brief second. All right. I don't know who's Trader Josie. I don't know who Trader Josie is. I want to bring on Rory McIlroy. Let's get him on here just so Frank can get upset. I tell you, I don't know if you guys saw it. That Lowry hit that hole in one. That was sweet. Just cupped it right in. I don't know if Jordan's here or not. We'll see. See if he comes in. He's trying to. Maybe the fourth shot's the charm here. We'll see. Rizzo hasn't even woken up today, which is always fun. I don't know what the rest of the crew's doing. We'll get an update from Jordy here on the Spaces crew. See a lot of you pouring back in. Some of you ran and grabbed some lunch. We had Paul on here dropping some great market thoughts. Now we're back to it. And as we get back to it, rolling over here just a little bit. I believe these are some 4-hour highs that we just swept. Yeah, a little bit further than that. I wouldn't be surprised to go see these like 450s, 460s. There is a little gap up here to go tap into next. This 4 hour is pretty strong though. That's tough to look at that and not be somewhat bullish. Now, if we do break under right here, then we can look for it to kind of settle its way back down into here if we roll over.
I think I made it. I think I'm here.
Is he here? Is he here?
I think so. I don't know why. Restream was giving me like a bunch of issues. It just wasn't loading.
Boo.
But it finally did. So
Do that.
we here.
Corey, did you chug a beer right now? Because that sounds like a good plan for the rest of the day. I'm cleaning horse stalls and listening. My help got sick today. There you go, Brent.
Savage.
And that's what a lot of you guys do. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Try to bring you guys breaking news, keep you updated with what the market's doing. And then obviously analysis, education, all that great stuff. I know a lot of you are, at work, driving, doing whatever around the house. I sit here all day so you don't have to.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
Does that sound a seep?
Seep.
You already know. Of course. Of course.
Oh, Lowry chugged a beer.
Just threw a fresh African shuggy in the upper deck. Sometimes we got to be quiet though. Like when you're in the library, you got to hit that silent seep.
Seep. Seep. Seep. Jordan.
Yes.
What have you been doing?
I shorted.
Where? Right here.
No. Might not be a
Can you
bad
imagine
idea,
if we
though.
just whispered for an entire hour?
Oh my god.
How annoying would that be?
That'd be rough.
Just every viewer is just like, I'm out of here.
No, I shorted like right into, what is that, like 10 o'clock? I caught the like pullback down It was really quick. It was just a quick 1-to-1.
Here, I'll tell you what I did.
I had a little 1 minute inverse. Took it to retest a 15-minute gap. It was all right. I was happy with it. What I wasn't happy with though is I have some new evals I'm trying to pass, and my plan was to come in and on trade sinker you can like 2x, 3x at however many x the ratio of how many contracts you're doing in your leader account to all your other ones, or to like some that you choose. And so I did it before this morning, before spaces. I like switched them all the ones that I wanted like 2x, 3x for the evals, and then I freaking had to like change the contract on it. So I changed the contract and that reverted what I did on the 2x. And so I took my trades and didn't really make much money on the evals. So it was a good trade in the fundeds though.
So last night,
I just wish I risked more on the freaking evals. What'd you do last night?
When it opened and pushed back up here, I shorted here, got some coverage here, but once it like started pumping back up, there we go. Once it started pumping back up, I flipped long, and let's see, let me scroll. I flipped long over 020, and I took it to like 120s somewhere like up in here, and just went to bed. I got trimmed along the way, so I didn't hold all of it, but trimmed along the way. This morning, we got a good headline here. I scalped along from here up to here. I feel like I shorted somewhere. I can't remember where I think I shorted here back to here. No, here. I shorted here on this candle. That's what it was. Yeah. Got back to here, which was the IB retrace. And then I did scalp a short on this a while ago. That's all I've, little scalpy scalp, but I've had like 4 winning trades today, so it's a pretty good day. Rooster just, Rooster's never missed in his life.
Let's go Rooster.
I don't know where he's at.
Rooster's cooking.
His levels have been hitting pretty good though.
Yeah, I just took that one play.
Did you see Trump and the DoorDash lady?
No.
Oh, dude.
The DoorDash lady? What happened there?
Trump was on Fox News. He walked outside the Oval Office and they showed him getting 2 McDonald's bags of DoorDash from this. It was a, I don't want to, I guess elderly, I guess would be the correct term maybe. I don't know. She was a grandmother, so that I can say that.
Gotcha.
She had a shirt on that said DoorDash, had the DoorDash logo. It said DoorDash Grandma on it. And
love it.
So she hands him 2 bags of McDonald's, and then he answers some questions from reporters. And she was standing there. She was super nice. Oh yeah, sweet lady, super sweet lady. And she's standing there, and he tried to ask her a question at one point. They asked her, does the White House tip well?
Oh my goodness.
And she kind of said, and Trump goes, hold on, pulled out $100 bill and just handed it to her.
No way! Oh my gosh!
But then he was talking about Democrats or something, and he goes, they want men in women's sports. You don't want that, do you? Men in women's sports? And she was like, I don't really have an opinion to share. And he was like, and dude, he just makes this face. He's just like, I bet you do.
I bet you do.
Oh, dude, it was
wrong answer.
The whole interaction was so great.
That's
she was just
fucking
a sweet old
hilarious.
she's like, I don't want to step on any toes. I don't want, and then she's just standing there next to him while he's answering questions about Iran and China and whoever else. It wasn't a whole lot that came out of it, but it was so entertaining.
That is funny. Yeah. We like that. That's good stuff.
Yeah, he was like, why is this plant not on my side? Why is she not a MAGA DoorDasher?
Why is she not a MAGA DoorDash woman?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Should have screened that a little bit better. That's how you know she was just pick some random sweet old lady. And then he asked her, how long you been married? And she was like, we've been married about 6 years. And his reaction to that was pretty funny too, because he was expecting her to say like 35.
Yeah.
He was expecting her to
He's
say,
like,
I've
oh.
been married 35 years, 40 years or something like that. And she was like, 6 years. He kind of was
That
like,
is
oh,
funny.
that's not bad. That's beautiful. Okay. It was like two times in the middle of that. It was not what he was expecting the answer to be, which was great.
Gosh.
For the problem was it was on Fox News like live. It wasn't on like YouTube or anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So there wasn't like much we could like. I at one point I tried to turn my camera and point it on my other monitor, and I had like my microphone. I just had it next to my other computer speaker, just trying to like play his sound because there was no way to do it. But yeah, shout out to the DoorDash grandma. Look, if I had to choose between KC and the DoorDash grandmother, I'd still choose the DoorDash grandmother. She was great.
I would too. She was a straight gilf.
Wow. Well, okay.
My lordy.
Em sent me a picture of his Ring doorbell camera when she dropped off the food. So
Did you see the picture of her?
no,
Hold on. I took a picture of my screen. This is the best I could do. I'll send it to you guys.
oh.
I just texted it to you guys. What is he? Dude, he always eats McDonald's. He likes a double cheeseburger and a Diet Coke, probably. I don't know. I bet he would do like a, do they don't even do supersize anymore, do they? I just realized that.
I don't think so.
It's just like small, medium, large.
Basic. We got beautiful weather outside.
Hey, I will say sometimes you want a Big Mac, NY. Sometimes you want a Mickey D's cheeseburger.
JC was begging for one the other day, and he missed it by a penny.
I know. Oh no, we got it. It hit it.
Okay.
The next day.
There's honestly,
but
there's really not much better to me than like a drunk Mickey D's cheeseburger. It's just
a drunk cookout tray.
Yeah, potentially. It's just like
it was live on Fox. Now you tell me, Bullish Bear. I was looking all over YouTube trying to find that.
So we're looking. This is very trendy all day. So the short is not. I mean, I covered my short, but this is this short here is on the bell for futures for quick scalp. Otherwise, there's no short here, and it's hard to buy here, right?
Yeah, I don't think you buy it here. I think you just wait and see if it breaks structure.
Yeah,
or
it's
if you get
break structure, and it's like trendy all day.
I mean, you could SPX like that's 6850. You could try to be short against that, but
this is trendy from 8 o'clock last night.
Yeah, when the 24-hour market's opened right here. It's just
So
hasn't made a
tomorrow we probably get an opportunity for some back and forth in the short.
Oh, dude. You go through Jack in the Box at 2 a.m., get a chicken sandwich combo with 2 tacos on the side. Oh, buddy.
Right.
Circle K gas station burger.
Hell yeah. The jalapeno bacon cheeseburger from the gas station.
Look, I'll tell you this right now. I'm not getting a burger at a gas station
So
unless it's just like a random Conoco in the middle of nowhere that says like Bill's Watering Hole or something on the top. Then I will. But not a brand place.
I am short. I'm just still waiting for this market to do something fun.
I think you'll be right, but you got to transfer it till tomorrow.
Yeah, probably. Like, if I would have known market was just going to chop for 2 hours prior before waiting for Trump to go live, and now that escalation of war news is actually bullish now versus bearish.
Well, it's not really an
It's
escalation, though.
actually a de-escalation.
The headline earlier, they were talking about escalating.
No, it's de-escalating. That's why the market's.
But then there was a
US
huge headline that came out while we were on Spaces, and the market spiked off of it. And then 20 seconds later, everyone was like, "That's a fake headline. It wasn't even real."
But like, it's telling you that things are de-escalating because, like,
Yeah.
this
Well,
move
so
about this thing that's going on in the straight arm moves where we're blockading the blockade. It's pretty genius. And if we were to do it for like 6 months, Iran would just freaking roll over. But like, we want to do it quicker. But like that is the best strategy. Is just, all right, we're not gonna let, if you're not gonna let only certain people through, we're not gonna let anybody through.
Yeah.
So until they make a deal, that no one's going through there.
it is a
fucking
pretty genius strategy. I actually like it.
It wasn't, everybody's like, oh, all these guys with TDS are like, oh, it wasn't Trump's idea. It was some smart guy in the NCS that made that.
I think
The
85% of what's going on is
this high level
the
smart
team.
people figuring the shit out. Exactly.
Yeah.
So
I will say this, like on the escalate, like my take is that you had the opportunity when talks fell apart, JD Vance and crew got on the plane and just left. You had the chance that, or people thought that the chance was going to happen, I guess, however you want to phrase that, all right, bombs are just going to fly again. And the fact that we didn't go back to bombing them and we went to a different strategy, which is blockading the strait, to me, that is like still kind of de-escalation in a way, because it's like, okay, you had the opportunity, or the reaction could have been, all right, blow up all their bridges now. And that's not the direction that the US went. So I don't know.
Now, the only thing
No
I saw
bombs
from
flying.
Trump, he said, he was like, if any Iranian ship goes anywhere near that blockade, he was like, they will immediately be eliminated.
And then China said they don't give a shit.
So that was about the
Yeah.
little, so like that was about the little boats. So like not like the actual like tanker ships or anything, but he was talking about like kind of like the little drug boats that they blew up Venezuela. That's what he was talking about. He's like, if any of those are like out there going close to the ships, like we're just gonna blow them to pieces, like we did in Venezuela. That's basically what he said. And then the bigger tankers are basically saying they're just gonna commandeer them.
Man, SPX is still not working all day.
I'm trying to figure out, like, mine's been working.
Oh, has it?
Yeah, but last night when futures opened, all my futures data stopped working for some reason. And then
See, my futures data is working, but my SPX is not.
So I went to like the subscription thing and just like updated it, and it worked. My SPX is working. What's weird is though my tick wasn't working this morning. On if I was on futures, I couldn't see tick on this indicator, but on the regular tickers I could.
Now my SPX is still not working. Nothing. Nada.
Well, we
Speaking of-
rejected 6850. Here's the view.
Speaking of nothing, NVIDIA. Oh my God. NVIDIA didn't move up at all on the move.
In the last 2 hours, 3 hours.
And now it's been stuck for, like over 2 hours.
Microsoft, strongest one today by far.
That could be. Emperor, you using the browser for TradingView or the app?
I'm in a Chrome tab.
Okay. That could be it. Yep, that could be it. Do you see any retest of Microsoft retest for what specifically?
I like that take, Frank, that the blockade's actually pretty genius.
see they're rallying again. Fucking, this is just.
Because you're also, I think, you're also daring them to like do something.
Exactly.
We have 40 trillion of debt that we need to pay back. Well, you've heard them. They're just got to grow their way out of it.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, bank earnings. ASML on Friday. You have Taiwan Semiconductor on Friday. So that's putting a bid underneath tech. And we'll continue a bid underneath tech until the earnings start coming out. So we're in that.
ASML is tomorrow night,
ASML
going into
tomorrow
Wednesday.
And then Taiwan's on Friday, right? Yeah, you're right.
Wednesday it's Wednesday to Thursday.
Yeah, so.
But yes, and then Netflix on Thursday afternoon.
Netflix.
You got all the rest of the banks. The Goldman. I mean, they bought the dip on all those banks. I mean, the whole market. I guess you bought the dip on. But I was watching XLF came ripping back even after it dipped on the Goldman news.
BlackRock.
Look at Bank of America, Wells Fargo, all of those.
Oh shit!
From gap down to taking out previous day's high. Same as the market.
Dude, it's 80 and sunny. I'm not gonna sit here and watch this price action until the close. There's no way. There's no way I need to
U.S.
sit here.
official, there is still continued engagement between the U.S. and Iran and progression to get to an agreement. It came out a couple minutes ago, 5-10 minutes ago.
It's like the market. It's not a straight line. You know what I mean? I think they'll come to some kind of agreement, but
oil new low of day.
Like Iran, has never been able to be trusted, and I'd like to make sure that they have something in line. Well, what if you don't do what you say you're going to do? What happens then? Because that's always the problem with them.
Citigroup is probably my favorite ticker of all of them.
Oh, really?
It's been so strong, so good. Oh, wow. Look at City. Ooh. BlackRock looks pretty good too. I don't know if anybody's looked at a weekly of Citigroup lately, but this thing is just crazy strong. Is that new all-time high today? Basically double top. Boy, Nebius just doing the thing. It was good to see IGV bounce today. Maybe this is it's not really a divergent low. It's yeah, it is. So you have RSI divergence on the lows. I didn't realize IGV is up 5% today.
Enbridge is the largest.
Casey, you know what's funny?
What's that?
What's that?
You know how like if you get like some messages on Siri, it like will give like a little like summary thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like I looked down earlier and in like the group chat, it said like Casey trades shares photos or it says something about market and shares photos of video game. Like, what are you talking about? And I clicked on it, and of course, it was like, it was a chart with like it was the chart you said had like an alien and a like the little water gun pistol and something.
And then it had the dude in the wheelchair at the top.
And the funny thing was, it like Siri told me it was some kind of video game. I thought I was like, is he over there playing? I thought maybe you're over there playing some video game. They're playing some FIFA while you're waiting on the market to stop chopping. Oh, you got me. This could be a very slow rest of the day. But it's all right. I'm here hanging out with 365 of my closest friends.
Yes. Pause the market for a while. Wait for some news headline volatility to come in. Do that again 2 hours later. Do it again 2 hours later. And just rinse and repeat.
Do you guys, do you guys live in the same city? No. None of us live anywhere close to each other. Actually, this is pretty, so Frank is in New York, New Jersey area. Casey's down the coast in the Carolinas. Jordan's further down south in Puerto Rico. So we got like that entire like eastern seaboard all the way down to Puerto Rico. You have Brady's in San Diego, and I'm in central Mexico. We've got a hell of a spread here.
So we're kind of all over the place.
Yeah, everybody's all over.
Different parts of the world.
Yeah, Jordan is AI. I actually own the rights to Jordan. Ace the Kid AI.
Whoa. He's telling the truth, actually.
Yeah, I got in early, pre-IPO.
I'm not real. They just created me to mog. That's the only reason.
Yeah, Big Dave over here. He basically lives in 3 different places too.
After using Claude,
Eva,
I'll never use any other GPT again. Oh my god.
Eva, where have you been?
Eva!
Are you on a Jet 2 holiday?
Jet 2 holiday. Huh?
Nothing beats Jet 2 holiday.
Nothing.
Act now and save up to 100
But
pounds.
Boris, I hit TP today, bro.
Oh,
I
Boris.
hit TP, bro. I thought I was good, bro. Fuck. Where? Fire away. I'm gonna hit your house with TP. Yeah, bro, I hit TP. This was a quick one. It was a little short. It's kind of mind-boggling thinking that I shorted the trend today, but
Rooster, I got you right there. Eva.
Shit, I did.
I did. It was quick.
I still am.
I was actually looking for the long going into the morning. Everybody on
Same.
Spaces knew
It just
too.
never.
I was looking
It just
for the
never.
long. No
Never gave
setup.
it to me.
It just ripped, and it ripped and filled the gap. And I'm like, well, there's no more long for me now, so I gotta look for.
All I
short.
could do was like scalp some of the moves, like from
Yeah.
I hate playing breakouts, and I played a breakout today. And I mean, it worked, but it's just not fun. All right, so Hamid says he lives between North Carolina and Morocco, which puts him right here in the middle of the North Atlantic Ocean.
Let's go. Middle of nowhere.
Hell yeah. But there's some little islands over here. Maybe, is this where you're at? The Azores
Dude.
Islands?
PayPal's having a day. I love it. Let's get this baby back in the 50s. Why don't we?
Yeah. How many times do you see the market go from S4 to R1? Good Lord. What a day. I have my own island. 2 out of 3 only scalps today. Whereas prop firms are making money regardless. Honestly, I think prop firms make more money on chop days than they do on headline days. When people just try over and over and over and over. Damn, Hamid, where's that invitation at?
Bro, did Trump really post that? Oh my goodness.
Which one?
The Jesus post.
Um,
Oh my goodness.
well, you know what I said about it?
Dude, he just lost every Catholic voter. Like,
Well, did you see what he said about the Pope too?
yeah, exactly. Like, dude. Really? Done. Crazy.
Dude, True Social has so many freaking ads.
I know you were saying that last week. It's just full of ads.
Shit.
That's rough.
You see this one?
Hey, gotta make money somehow, right? Gotta make that money.
Did you see Trump posted this yesterday?
What happened to Bruce Springsteen? Oh my God. That's straight
Dude,
up
the UFC guy,
blasphemy.
did you any of y'all watch the UFC this weekend?
No.
Dude, the UFC fights were freaking amazing. Did you see this one? Trump towers on the moon? No caption, just the Trump hotel on the moon. I don't even know.
I was saying this earlier. It's so nice being out here. I feel like I'm just watching. You know what I mean? I'm an observer. Like I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm just an observer. I love that.
That's kind of how I feel.
Yeah, you probably feel that too. Like there's no bullshit like any of that happening.
The first signal in the video
So
for the
nice.
day just came in as a sell.
Look,
In
here's
the middle of that chop. Let's see.
Here's what I said, Jordan.
Is that that was a good quote tweet, honestly.
It looks like Sailor.
It does look like Sailor. It also kind of looks like Epstein. Not gonna lie. Like at a glance, it kind of looks like Epstein.
I mean, sometimes
which
we
doesn't
think
help
sometimes
his
we say
case. Oh my goodness, bro. Our world's crazy.
Dude, the funniest thing I saw was somebody said they sent Melania out there to talk about Epstein to distract from the Iran war, which was sent out there to distract from the Epstein. It's like the Iran war that was started to distract from Epstein. Now we've got
It's like that one
Melania
Avatar
talking
scene where
Epstein.
they're just like it's fire against water, dude, and they're just pressing it against each other. Canceling each other out, huh?
Well,
that was my first thought on that pick. See, me and Rooster are in the same mindset. 100%. That's what I thought.
I'm sorry. Rooster's starting to come around a little bit here.
I like Rooster.
Okay, easy guacamole. Easy.
Don't listen to Sabrina Carpenter, but her Coachella intro video with the cop scene. I did not see that. Everyone looks like Epstein. Have you guys seen what's his name? South Florida, what's his name?
Palm Beach Pete.
Palm Beach Pete.
Oh, that guy, yeah.
Yeah, Palm Beach Pete.
Dude, somebody the other day was going on a huge rant. They were like, "You're telling me that's not him?
No,
just billionaire looks just like him. Got a helicopter. All
Dude.
you're telling me that's not him?"
Hold up two actual photos next to each other. It's not the same person.
Palm Beach
But
Pete is such a good name, though.
people love to reach. Palm Beach Pete is phenomenal, man.
Oh, damn it.
He was so innocent when he made that video too. He's like, I'm just Palm Beach Pete, man. Like
How long does Coachella last, by the way? Is that like just a 3-day thing or like a weekend thing? Or
pretty sure it's the whole weekend, and then this next weekend is Stagecoach, which I would say is the one to go to.
yeah, let's hit this Time to hear y'all's thoughts on Bieber's weekend performance. I only saw like a few little clips of Coachella period, so
it seemed like it could have been fun for sure. But like, I don't know. He made 10 M's, highest paid contract in Coachella history. They paid him 10 M's for that. Multiple M's in the bank.
And he could only sing like one of his old songs, right?
Yeah,
like
bro. Like, I don't know
or whatever.
If I paid for that ticket and I was going to see him, like, I would have been disappointed. And like, I just thought it was funny. Like, the same people that were like saying that this was such an amazing performance were like hitting like Bad Bunny and shit. I'm like, guys, oh my god. I'm like, this is a rough performance, but it was still. It seemed like it was fun still. Like, it's a good time.
I know. I saw Sway Lee was up there. I don't got no time.
Oh yeah. Nah, it seemed cool. Like, it was definitely different. I don't know if you saw the tweet. I thought it was funny. It was somebody posted it and was like, Kanye's just mad he didn't think of this first. Like showing up to Coachella, like sell out a whole performance to play YouTube videos. Kanye's definitely wishing he did that one. Best Bieber song. Good question. I don't even know. It's been a while. Kanye sold out an arena the week before he did. I know.
I don't even know who Sabrina Carpenter is.
She looks like she literally is like she looks like a doll.
Okay, she a singer maybe?
She's
like
singer,
a pop
She's
singer.
Like a pop singer, yeah.
Okay.
She's like my age, like Britney Spears type of thing.
She's Taylor Swift's apprentice.
I did see Kanye.
Kanye sold out, no ads, bro.
What was the? Where was it? SoFi or somewhere? Was it like a big arena?
I don't remember, but I know he didn't do any promo for that, bro, and that place was packed.
God.
No, SPX is rejecting the same level, but
I think Q's looks slightly weaker than Spy.
Dude, when's the last time you've heard of an artist selling out like that with no promo? I don't remember.
Didn't he bring out Travis Scott? Or was that a different
Can't confirm. Not sure. My daughter went with SoFi.
I don't know. I did see a bunch of highlights when Kanye was in Mexico City. And it was crazy packed.
Yeah.
But it looks weird. His shows look so weird.
Who wants, UK's got a bunch of rules. All these crazy rules.
To be honest, I'm not the biggest Kanye fan.
It's weird. Like, I don't really bump Kanye, but I guess, like, obviously at parties, like his old bangers, like, yeah. Love me some Kanye there. But
2008 Kanye was good.
I'm not sitting back bumping a bunch of Kanye, really. Yeah. No more. But he's a goat. For sure.
But I mean, I respect Kanye. I'm not saying he sucks. I'm just saying I just
not at all.
Not like a huge. It's just not mine, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, OG Kanye is the best.
Dude, that 808s and Heartbreaks is probably my favorite that he did because it was just its own sound. Like a lot of the other stuff. I mean, I guess some of the songs he had his own sound because he did all the sampling stuff, but like to me, it was like that was like really unique.
Yeah.
That and his verse on "Put On for My City" with Jeezy.
I put on for my city on.
I put on
that. There's like a select few songs that were on the Los Santos radio station on GTA 5, and that was one of them, bro. It just takes me back.
That
to
one was
the first day I played GTA 5. Yeah, that song put on or no. Yeah, it was that one. I believe it was that one. There's a bunch of them too. Some with
I lost the only girl
Chief Keef.
in the world that know me best.
It was also a song in Skate 3. Put on.
Bro, the Tony Hawk Pro Skater had the best soundtrack of all time, though.
Good soundtrack.
That
believe it or not, all the skating I
Madden
did,
2006.
like I definitely played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, but like Skate 2, Skate 3, so much better in every way.
Dude, Kid Cudi. Oh, I love Kid Cudi because it's his own sound.
Mm-hmm. He is super unique.
Honestly, like I like Travis Scott a lot, but Travis Scott is literally a mix of Kid Cudi and Kanye. Maybe, and who else? Who else would be in there? It's just like a hyped up version of Kid Cudi and Kanye mixed. Runway top 3 Kanye song. What would, gosh, I don't even know what. I liked, I think Gold Digger probably has to be up there. If you had to do like top Kanye songs. I mean, Runaway was good. I think Gold Digger's probably up there. Heartless. I think you got to put Jesus Walks in there just because of how big that song got. Stronger was good. All Falls Down. And then like Through the Wires, like the OG Kanye story, right? My favorite one of my favorite ones is that Power song. You know which one I'm talking about? Should have all this power. Power top 3. Oh, Paris. I forgot about that one. I didn't know. Was that a Kanye song? I didn't know if it was a Kanye song or Jay-Z song. Tom Lee just. Is Kanye the one who brings his? Yeah, basically. My SPX has been working. KC said maybe it was a desktop app that wasn't.
Mine wasn't, and I'm on Google Chrome. Devlin, a new dress, banger. Like that's
song.
forever a banger.
I feel like that was an under the radar song. Like I feel like that one
was
way
for a
better than
minute.
what people gave it credit for.
Yeah.
No one man should.
What song do I use for my short today?
Oh, what about that? You Can't Tell Me Nothing. I used to bump that one back in high school.
Can't tell me
Wait till I get my money right.
Whoa.
Excuse me. Did you say something?
That's definitely, that has to be like top. That's top of the list.
Dude,
for me.
that's gotta be top 5.
That has to be top, like, yeah, for sure.
Everyone was walking around just being like,
Bro.
you can't tell me nothing.
Dude, that was peak. Peak.
Hi. You scared the shit out of me. Bro. Oh, bro. I look over at my office door in the bottom corner. I wish I could probably move the camera. But her little face fits perfectly in one of the little glass panes right there. And she was just hardcore, just staring like into my soul. That scared the shit out of me. Hi, Sissy.
Wow. It's got bangers right now playing in my ears.
She can come in. I'm just waiting for this freaking QQQ to roll over. Die. Do something.
And you're rejecting at the same level on SPX, but you're still holding above yesterday's high on both. Oil finally getting a little pop here.
There. Yeah. Uh-huh.
We need a headline.
The heart? Oh, you gotta do this. You do this. Oh. You wanna try and make a heart? Okay. You try and make a heart. Ready? Hold it up here. Ready? Watch. Oh.
Well, this isn't a Kanye song, but it's a good song.
Get ready.
You out of here, Hamid? Have a great rest of your day, brother. I'm just sitting here until we get some type of headline or break or something. Something's got to happen before I can take another trade. Do y'all remember the grills era? Yeah. I mean, Paul Wall, of course, was the main man with the grills. I used to take the gum wrapper and put the foil on my teeth. I also bought a fake grill at one point. Robbed the jewelry store. Told him make me a grill. Doom, 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 doom.
Bro, watch this sell signal on the video be the one that freaking really starts bringing things down on cues. If he just
and
falls.
the whole top diamond and the bottom rose gold. Smile for me, Dan. What you looking at?
Wanna see me grill? Your apple juice.
Jordan, check your text.
You got your apple juice. The hearts. Okay.
And the whole top diamond and the bottom rose gold.
Ready? Ready?
Amp, are you talking about the quote tweet?
Yeah.
I think you're about to go to the pool. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. Crazy. Crazy girl. Crazy.
Heard a little mini headline that they're still working to restore talks for ABC. We need to get Trump out again. Let's get some more comments out of him. That was entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. banger, dude. Where am I finding all these songs?
What are you doing?
Dude, Spotify's just doing me really good today. Wow. It's just generational.
Spotify just on a heater?
Spotify's on a heater, bro.
Dude, that's how
it just knows my vibe right now, and it's just fucking delivering.
I think it was.
Love it.
I think maybe it was Friday night.
Finding good music brings me so much joy.
No, it was Saturday. Saturday, I just had to like run an errand or two with the family, and YouTube Music, the whatever the algo was pumping out, was just, dude,
love that.
Look, if AI is going to do anything, just let's make the AI DJs a little bit better here. Dude, my kids went back to school today. It was the best day ever.
Best
day ever. Go figure. I'm having a great trading day.
Yeah.
Fucking weird correlation here, huh?
That's funny.
Crazy how that works.
Crazy, dude.
Hi.
And the bottom rose gold.
Hi. Do you want to come say hi?
Would you look at it?
Oh, let everybody say hi. You already said hi. Come here. You're okay? Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh, now they're printing a buy signal on the video. That just means we're chopping. Mm-hmm. Getting ready for the pool? Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah, those are dead. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And we have a 3-bar up on the daily right now. It's kind of hard to think about shorts. I mean, this is trendy enough that I don't even know, unless you get a headline, I don't even know if you get a late day rollover or if it just, I mean, you could scalp a range. If it like pushes up here, you could probably scalp it back to here, but
Somebody's getting a phone call.
yep, I think it's my mother-in-law.
Ooh. You know, if you rearrange the letters around in the words mother-in-law,
Yes.
it spells woman Hitler.
Yeah.
Wait, it spells what?
If you change the letters around for mother-in-law, it will spell woman Hitler.
Didn't know that.
Yep. Explains a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you grill. Yeah, you grill.
Oh, it's so slow.
I know. And everyone's
was-
about to go outside and enjoy the weather and the pool. And I'm looking at this price action.
Looks like we're about to break out for another level up.
APP is coming back down after hitting 420. I think Oracle is still. Yeah, Oracle freaking meat missile today. Marvell can be interesting up here.
Thoughts on crude levels? 98, 100, and 96.5. So 98, I think, period. The 20-day is right here at right where we're sitting, 96.5. And then 21 EMA down here, 96.75. You break through that, I think you can get a nice move back to these lows, low 90s again. I think we're due for another test into these 80s at some point. But until it happens, it's kind of tough. The other level is like this 100 to 102 area. I don't know, it's pretty messy. You have a gap fill to 96. Do you still like the Amazon puts after today, KC?
Yeah, nothing. Amazon hasn't done anything. It's actually lower than where it was previous session. So yes, I still have not even added the rest into my position because it hasn't gone back
Didn't go
up
any
higher. No, it's still underneath previous session. Previous session highs is 240.43. We are still sitting in the 238s. So yes, indeed.
If I was going to take a shot at something on puts, it'd probably be Meta.
That's my next one, but every time I try Meta, I get screwed, and then it goes like a week later. Every time.
Broadcom's still super strong. Looks like it wants to go test up into this gap.
I think Meta's at the 50-day.
Yeah, Meta's at the 50-day, and this trend line is rejecting. So like if you go to the weekly, it goes all the way back from the low in 22, the low in April,
Oh yeah.
and the low in January. And that was the back test of it. And if you go to the daily, you can see a little bit clearer here, right into that trend line on the daily and the 50-day. I mean, you have pretty clear risk reward if you take puts on Meta, because if it breaks over 640, you're out. But if it goes down and fills the gap, you've got like 612. You need to get under 625 would be the other, like if you're looking for, a confirmation breakdown spot under 625, 624, and then you'd look for like 612. Rising EMA 9 is at 605, 606.
Damn, my boy just flew from Coachella to Brazil last night. That's wild.
Brazil.
That's the move. I want to go.
It's interesting.
Perks of being a DJ.
DJ.
Spin that shit. My bad.
I'm bulletproof.
I'm trying to figure out what we're really stuck on right here. It's just the highs of this daily range, I guess.
For
Bro,
Qs,
that is the
yeah.
dumbest thing I've ever heard, Colin. Reporter, did you post that pic of yourself? Because Jesus, I did post it and thought it was me as a doctor.
What?
Yeah, bro, you portrayed yourself as the doctor, like the doctor of all doctors, bro. The spiritual doctor, bro. That's crazy. It's a wild one. Not gonna lie. Please explain Coachella to an old crippled DJ trader. So there's Coachella and there's Stagecoach. They happen in the same place. One happens the weekend after. It's just a big party. Just a big party. They have a big stage, and Coachella's mainly like rap artists, hip hop artists, all that stuff. I like Stagecoach better. Stagecoach is country artists.
You boys long?
Not here.
Oh, they had Carol G? Damn.
It's basically like they let all the kids come for Coachella first, and then like all the good old boys come for Stagecoach, you know.
You mean weekend?
All the good old brothers. They bring their diesels. Got a cowboy hat, some blue jean, bear hat Wranglers on. Damn it.
Oh, they had Becky G too?
It was all about Bieber, apparently.
We making a new high right now?
10 M's, bro. 10 M's in the bank. 10.
Oil just
Highest
broke down to
paid
98.
Coachella artist.
Must be nice.
10 M's.
Dude, they had a Nobu in like a VIP section. Like, who brings a Nobu to like Coachella?
Crazy.
So yeah,
I can't get over it was 10
10
M's.
to him if they're bringing that.
I don't think you short Netflix. They have earnings on Thursday.
Dude, I actually closed them out on Friday, but I had some swings on Netflix. Like what, 125s were they?
I'm just gonna talk in my southern voice now.
115s or 105s?
Yeehaw.
God, I should have.
Yeehaw.
It's funny. I tried for years to get rid of my southern accent.
Because you did have a southern accent, didn't you?
Yeah, it was bad.
How is the Arkansas accent? Is it really strong? I
Um,
don't feel like I've really met anybody from Arkansas that I've like noticed that has a
it's pretty strong
accent. But I really only met you, I think.
Get a little Jack D in me. It comes out.
Nice. Jack Daniels.
Oh, hold number 7.
Tennessee whiskey.
That's my doctor, Jack D, right there. Yeah.
Hey, Jack and Jim were a few
Mine is
good
Dr.
men.
Scholl's.
Jack and Jim.
Little insoles, baby. Once you hit
Dr.
35,
Scholl's.
you're getting Dr. Scholl's.
Good.
Hi, Bubba.
I'm liking these tires, man.
You know what I need on the soundboard? The oh shit from the song London Bridge by
27.
Fergie. I'm gonna get that right now. I'm getting that right now.
Oh shit! Oh shit! What a day!
Been a great day, even though my day's been done for a little while. Well, for now, I need another something to do.
I took another long entry at 417.
If it goes a little higher, I don't mind trying to short.
But
But you're fighting the trend.
See that AI video that they did of Tiger Woods?
Him driving the sim car in rehab.
I've seen a bunch of them.
No, this one they're outside. They just put the freaking jacket on Roy. And he drives up the freaking he drives up straight to him up the course in his Range Rover. He crashes it and he runs straight up to the freaking podium. He's just got a bottle and he puts his arm around him and just starts. I just sent it in the group chat. Oh my god.
I don't even know if Tiger drinks though. I think it's all like.
I don't think it's alcohol.
Dude, he is holding a bottle of Jack D though.
Yeah.
In that video.
In the video, he is. Yeah. Oh, Palantir coming in. Yeah.
Oh, Gus Malzahn.
He's
That's probably my favorite coach I've ever played for. There's a picture of me and Gus Malzahn somewhere back in the day. I bet I can find it for you. Hold on.
Fire away, fire away.
Oh yeah, here it is right here.
All right, Casey.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Hey, there you go.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
That's good. Like it.
Damn, I was
Oil's still tanking.
for that.
And I love you long time.
Here you go. Here's pop new item.
Poppy.
Here's me and Gus Malzahn.
Dude, he left you hanging.
I talk with my hands.
That's sick, dude.
That was like right before. That was the year before he started. Or we just hired him.
Where's Vic? Look at oil just tanking.
Yep.
Come on, give me
Oil
70.
tanking hard.
Do I add? No.
Tiger gets zoomed on pills and then drives to see the snow bunnies. I have a fib extension at 456, but really I don't have anything till 500 something.
Has the
Close
volume
over?
increased at all today, or are we still low?
No.
It's still low?
Yeah.
Good question, Casey.
It was 22 million when I went to lunch on SPY. There's now an hour left in the day. It's at 29 million. This is the lowest volume session since. Give me a second. I got to go all the way back to December.
Wow.
Well,
Yeah.
there's still an hour left, and a lot of the volume comes in the last 20 minutes.
Let's see.
We'll probably end up with like 40, 42.
Yeah, it has to get over 40 million by the end of the day. Other than if it stays under 40, you're talking your lowest volume day since
It's less than
Jesus.
if Monday the 6th, we had the lowest day since like February of last year.
Yeah. That was at 39.11. Yeah.
The problem is this right here. Low volume, just grind higher.
Yeah. Since Jesus, yeah, probably.
I think it's going to get up to 510.
Yes. Yes is about to hit the full extension of the IB and 6,900 up here.
There's 615 on Qs. This is where I have to start thinking about, am I staying in this and rolling, or am I closing?
You swung Qs, didn't you? Over the weekend?
Me? No.
59.
Oh, someone did.
Was not I. Why is it telling me there's a gap right there? Oh, no. Yeah.
Part of me is tempted to try to short right here, but
Right. I think I'm gonna roll.
I just don't have enough confidence. But I would be taking profits here if I was in. You went to Alabama? I played against Alabama 2008, I think, my freshman year. 2008, I think. That was Julio Jones, Javier Arenas, that crew. I kicked off to Javier Arenas.
Say that name again.
He touched your ball?
Javier Arenas. He caught my ball.
Whoa.
Any Alabama fan will know who I'm talking about.
He's a kicker, guys.
Question is if I roll 2020, 24.
Pretty sure Reese has mentioned he was a ball catcher as well.
Bro, just run it for touchdowns over here.
Gosh, this is the pivot point on oil is right here. That's it.
On
Pretty
oil?
crazy.
I do not have a pivot.
Hour.
Is it power hour?
Yeah.
Una minuto.
All right. I rolled some of my SPY puts for 670s for April 24th.
There you go. Dude, upside down Snickers? Lord have mercy.
What?
Read the chat.
What the?
Oh.
Like, I've heard a lot of wild things in this chat, but
That might be it.
Somebody said I saw you kick in person, bro. Nice. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
that's crazy, dude. And honestly, like that's the stadium in Alabama. It's like the sideline's like really far away. Like there's like because it's really bowled out or whatever. But like it gets so loud in there when they all like roll. Like whenever I kicked, they were all yelling roll, Tide, roll.
Is that really what everybody's yelling? That's hilarious.
Dude, at the kickoff, yeah.
That's awesome.
The whole crowd, 90. No, it's almost 100,000 now. I think. Roll Tide, roll.
Did you ever play against Virginia Tech?
I did.
They do the key shaking to enter Sandman.
Dude, the Inner Sandman is sick. So like we ran out on the field or whatever, and then like they start the Inner Sandman thing,
By 25.
and the whole crowd like jumps. Like the whole like it's not a huge stadium. It's like 65,000, I think. But like they all jump up and down to the Inner Sandman when the team runs out. That part is pretty sick.
You can only roll in margin? No. It's traded on a cash account.
Auburn is louder and has 20,000 less. I feel like Auburn is slightly louder, but it's because of the way the stadium's built. It's more like enclosed. I mean, I don't know. Alabama was built more for like the viewing experience. Texas A&M's the loudest place I've ever been, though. That place is crazy loud.
That's awesome.
Nebraska was really loud too. The Virginia Tech one was cool. It wasn't like it was just like, I don't know, traditional and cool or whatever, but it wasn't like anything crazy.
Robinhood says you have to have margin. No. That's step number 1. Get off of Robinhood.
I've heard the swamp used to, I mean, yeah, Florida, the swamp. I've never been there, but everybody, when I've talked to guys that have played there, and they said it was pretty loud. Like back in the day, it used to be way more loud when they were good. Jesus Christ, Steve.
Oh, it's amazing.
Guys, reminder, make sure you click live if you're watching on YouTube or wherever you're watching. Make sure you click live so you're up to date with the chat. You're only a few seconds behind instead of, every once in a while it'll buffer. You'll end up 20, 30 seconds behind. I don't know. Did I ever tell you guys about Iowa, their stadium? So Iowa has like a it's a super old stadium. It's been there forever. And the stadium itself is, I mean, it's cool. They do this like they spell out Iowa, IOWA, like each different corner of the stadium says it, so it goes in a circle around you. The new cool thing is they built that children's hospital where like the top floor, all the kids that are in the hospital can like look down and see the game. And at the start of the fourth quarter, the whole crowd turns around and like waves at them. Like that's pretty cool. But the crazy thing about Iowa is like they had this coach in the 80s that was like I don't know, he was like a professor of psychology or he had a doctorate in psychology, something with psychology. And the color pink like naturally like relaxes you and like lowers your body's testosterone levels or something. So they painted the entire visitor locker room pink. And when I say it's not like a hot pink, it's just like a ugly like 70s pink or 60s. And like what they tell you, like they told us before we got there, like, hey, the locker room's gonna be pink, like, just to tell you now so it's not like, on your brain, like just ignore it. Well, like you got there and I'm thinking like the walls will be pink or something. Dude, the carpet was pink, the lockers were pink. Like the like rectangle lights in the ceiling, like in a drop down ceiling that have like the white little cover over them, the like tube lights or whatever those are called. They took that thing out, painted it pink. So even like the urinals were pink. You went in the back, like everything was pink. And we lost by 3. So maybe it worked. Yeah, it was like a Pepto-Bismol pink. Yeah, it was terrible. Penn State, the atmosphere at Penn State looks sick when they do those whiteouts, especially at nighttime.
All right.
But I don't know if that's the loudest though. LSU is another one that's up there among the loudest. MIZ?
Fucking eBay, dude.
Mike Drinkwitz was my special teams coordinator in 2012. How about that? The swamp was only crazy when Aaron Hernandez, dude. It's actually pretty crazy. They Tebow and Aaron Hernandez on the same team. And what's his name? Jameis Winston was there, I think. Or not Jameis Winston. Cam Newton. Cam Newton was there.
All right, I am jumping off, y'all.
All right,
Sounds
Brady.
good, Brady.
I hate A&M, by the way. They're so cult-like.
Cell 26.
Ciao, ciao.
This looks like a big move until you zoom out and you're like, oh, it pulled back.
Right.
He dropped 20 points.
Nothing.
You do have oil bouncing off that pivot point nicely, though.
I got some farther out now from my spies. Give it more time, and we'll swing them.
This is pretty good. Everyone that went to Texas and A&M have in common, they all applied to Texas. That's pretty good. Dude, we beat Texas A&M my first game in college, and after the game, they're like, all their fans were like, well, we're still the Aggies. We're still the Aggies. Like, what does that even mean? Like, you just lost to a Sunbelt school. We're still Aggies. Dude, and they're little like yell leaders and stuff. It's kind of weird. The whole school's super cultish. But I respect it. They get after it. The little sway thing they do is cool.
Way.
Where'd you play baseball? DNN Wade? U.S. officials are exploring a second face-to-face meeting with the Iranians before the ceasefire expires. Wait, so is there an actual ceasefire?
Oh no, but I'm about to bounce. I got nothing else to do today.
Exxon New Low Day. Yeah, I feel you. I'm just sitting here watching in case we get an opportunity. 50 minutes until the close.
I got all my orders and alerts set on the chart and in my broker. It is 80 degrees and sunny outside. I'm down $828 on the day so far.
Boo.
Boo.
It happens.
Oh, I'm not worried at all. We'll be all right.
Yeah.
It's gonna be all right.
Oh, here's some pictures of the DoorDash lady. DoorDash grandma. There's the tip.
DoorDash grandma getting paid, bro. Getting paid. Let's go. $100 holla.
I bet her name is Sue.
Something like that for sure.
Aggie.
Watch what, she's 38. Imagine.
Come on, chat. Let's get what's her name? My submission is Sue. Maybe it's Betty Sue.
Like
Okay,
Gail.
I don't say case you'll earn it back.
Gail?
The 828 right now is unrealized. It is not a realized loss. So
Nancy's a good one.
we shall
I like
see.
Gail. Doris. Maybe it's Boris.
Boris. Or Betty. She looks like a Betty. She could be a Betty.
Yeah, dude. Betty Sue.
Yeah.
Betty Sue. Gladys.
That's Betty Sue right there.
Ooh. Candy would be Candy fits.
Here's your Big
Yeah.
Mac and McChicken
Ooh.
here, Mr. President.
Helen, this is a good submission right here.
Helen.
Could definitely be a Helen.
I could see that. feel like she drives a Subaru.
Beatrice. Lisa Ann.
Is that a coincidence that two people just said Beatrice at the same time?
At the same time?
Yeah. Like to the second.
Flo? All right. Well, that was fun. Well, I'm glad Frank said it looks trendy because I didn't fight it. They're both asking the same AI for old lady names. Oh, Judy. Judy's a good one too. Could be a Judy for sure. Phyllis. Oh. What do you need a miracle on, Roman?
I need an angel. I'm calling an angel.
Serenaded by angel. Dude, you ever heard of you remember Alabama back in the day? The like band or whatever?
I don't think so.
You never heard of the band Alabama?
It's not really clicking.
What?
Let me Google it real quick before I bounce. What y'all know about that ruined stutter?
I believe you've never heard of Alabama.
Let me see.
They're the ones
Oh,
that
dude, I have one of their records.
Okay. Thank God.
It's in that it's over there right now in one of them drawers. Yep.
That is a major throwback. I need to throw on some Alabama. Oh, shorted QQQ and got trapped. Yeah, things just running over. Like that's one of the hard things is like when it gets a trend day like this is to just eat that loss and move on or reset. Ooh, Sally's a good call. Is he?
What's Amazon doing?
Sure.
Oh, Amazon. Okay. She ain't doing much.
Doing? Look at Nvidia. Look at Nvidia. Nothing.
Is it still stuck in that same box, Nvidia?
Yeah, it pushed to tried to pop out of the top of the box and it came right on top.
I guess did the long signal play out? It said long at 2:30.
Dude, look at this Microsoft chart.
You could say that it did. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green candles in a row. Went to the back of the top right there.
Apple hasn't moved.
No.
All day. Google slightly higher high. Nothing. Meta's just been trending up actually underneath the surface. Broadcom new high. Tesla nothing. Netflix nothing. What a day. What a day to make money early.
Last night. Freaking was long the bottom last night. I wish I would have freaking held some shit overnight into today.
Lost your funded today? Hey, it happens. Just got it last week. Tried shorting one of the highs earlier and slapped me. I mean, obviously it was more than one trade, hopefully, that took you out of your funded. I mean, it is like once you get into a hole, it is tough. The sizing is so important especially on prop firm accounts, but just in general, sizing is so important. But prop firm, because if you take a certain amount of losses, you get to a certain point where you don't have any drawdown, but you're trying to make more back to get back to even or something. You're just playing with fire. But today, I mean, we talked about some of the, I mean, people like to hate on indicators or whatever and EMAs and stuff. But if you just looked at the EMAs today, 5-minute EMAs just all day long, never broke and had any type of confirmation at all. The one spot you had right here was this candle finally closed below the 21, immediately popped back up on the next candle and closed above it.
Yeah, your 10 and 15 minute has done nothing but hold and grind all day on Qs.
Yeah, and you never had any break of structure. You had higher highs and higher lows since, I mean, I guess this technically you kind of had a lower low, but not truly at 8 a.m. this morning. But it happens, it happens, and the best thing you can do is learn from it, figure out how to not get in that situation again or how to avoid it. One thing that I always tell people that helped me a ton was not like what's the term? It wasn't just like finding winning trades. It was staying out of bad scenarios, bad probabilities and stuff. Also, yeah, use code WOLF, of course.
I am going to go outside and enjoy this weather with my family.
Sounds
Because there's
goody,
nothing
Casey.
else I can do at this market today. So
yeah,
I'll catch you guys tomorrow morning live on the Spaces.
Sounds goody.
Y'all
We'll see you
have
then.
a great rest of your day.
You too.
all right,
Later.
Casey. I was just looking the CBC on the 15-minute since from 8:15 this morning. Didn't flip until 1:45, and even that was not even a true flip and follow through. It's more of a flop above previous sessions high into. So one thing Maple always says is like CBC flipping into EMAs on a very trendy EMAs. You gotta be careful. Can we top out right here? Absolutely. Do you have any confluence to tell you that we are going to top out here? Absolutely not. And I know somebody, maybe the old me, but somebody's probably on this 5-minute chart today said, I'm going to try to short here, and it didn't work. I'm going to try to short here. Okay, I got one. Oh, new high. I got stopped out. Okay, I'm going to try to short here. Didn't take any profit. Oh, it went higher. Tried to short here. Tried to short here. Trying to short here. And just, even with good risk management, just getting paper cut to death, fighting the tape. Yeah, broke dad. Hey, it happens to all of us. No matter where you're at in your journey, whether you're experienced or not, it'll happen. Yeah, anybody trading a prop firm account, it'll happen at some point or another. You'll get on the wrong side of a trend day, or you'll misread something. You'll fight it, and it'll get you. But what you can try to do is identify what happened and how can I stay out of that situation next time. Was it just unlucky that my reads didn't work out, or was I fighting pretty obvious signals and being biased in my opinions? So China, Iran is making a announcement that's interesting. I have not seen an interesting headline in several hours, honestly. I think we've all learned the hard way not to short a trendy market. The hardest thing is if you're not in on the trend early, you have a day like some of us are having today where we just sit around all afternoon. Now, some people are way more, they're taking little 20, 30 point trades here and there. That's fine.
That was me today. I don't even know what my points on my trade was. I don't really gauge my trade off points necessarily because it's always different sizing. But yeah, my trade was 34 points, 34.25. So 34 and a tick.
Well, it does matter.
That was my trade.
Obviously, it's relative to the size you use and the.
Yeah.
like how volatile it is. I mean, the actual total range. So I mean,
Exactly.
total range today is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, what, 550 point range right now? Quick math.
Everybody should go like, repost, and comment on Wolf Trading's newest post.
Oh yeah, what is it?
The trade from this morning.
Oh, it's that. Oh, it's this emo kid again.
Wait, have you heard the song that I'm using? Because that's gonna be funny.
No, I haven't hit play yet.
Oh my gosh! Once you hear the song, you're gonna be like, "Wow, this emo kid." That's so funny that you said that.
All right, let's
It's a good
watch
song,
this.
though.
Let's watch this as a crew here.
Oh boy, together. Yeah. It's like 40 seconds. It's not too long.
There we go. All right.
Boy, that's me.
How to make $1,616 in less than 5 minutes trading NQ futures. I love watching you twitch and like fast motion.
It's kind of funny. I always slow it down when I do something though, like if I'm moving stop to break even or trimming or something. Like and subscribe, guys. The music was good, right? It was good.
Oh yeah.
When you said emo kid, though, I was like, "Oh, this is funny," because
the
it smells like Teen Spirit. I'm like, "That's perfect."
Hello, 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 hello.
Just wait till I find all my rings. And you'll
With
really be
the
calling me
lights
emo.
out, it's less dangerous. Here we are now. Entertain us.
I either forgot my rings or they're in my suitcase somewhere.
$30 minutes left. Do we have data tomorrow?
Yes, I think
Yeah.
so. No.
Oh, PPI in the morning?
Do we? Am I looking at the wrong calendar? I am.
Oh, PPI.
We got PPI tomorrow. We do. Next week is late too, though. We'll have like retail sales is the most important thing. PPI will be the most important thing this week.
Look, we can't sit here and play music on YouTube because we'll start getting copyright strikes or whatever. But you can watch a little clip of Jordy. We don't have, I'm not worried about monetization as much as I'm worried about the algo.
Yeah, because if we're not running ads, then it doesn't matter. But you're right, YouTube might not push it as much. Yeah, so we just got to get really balling, and once we're really balling, algo doesn't matter as much, and then we can just play whatever we want.
I mean,
but that's like 1,000 concurrent viewers every day. You know, that's at that point.
ES could stall at this whole number, but I mean, I have ES full IB extension and whole number here. I have InQ basically hitting a 1 fib extension, but it still has room for the IB. I don't know. There's not a seller in sight today. Bears got rant over.
Runt
over.
Runt down.
Them Bears got runt over. Better hunker down, boy.
You best hunker down, man.
What's making the market move?
Liquidity.
I mean, it's just trending. It's just trending.
Sorry, that was too basic. Look at oil, gosh.
There hasn't been any real catalyst here. It's just been consolidate, push up, consolidate, push up. I mean, the bigger picture of things is you had, you know, potential bad news this weekend that did not lead to any escalation. That's my base case for what's going on in the market. You had, you know, people were worried like, okay, the talks don't go good. Are we just bombing their bridges and stuff? Or is things going to escalate here? Are they going to start blowing up tankers? Instead, we have a naval blockade going on. So there's no like real aggression or
said you block us, we block
escalation.
you.
Yeah.
No one enters.
It's like a crazy Latina girlfriend.
Literally.
It's like
it's working though. I mean,
look, if I'm not having a good time, no one's having a good time.
US market is like 3 card Monte. Yeah. That was funny for us.
These nuts. Yeah, got him.
Dude, it's so weird. On TikTok, whenever I post a video of me trading, I'll go to my personal account on TikTok and try and go repost it. And it, like, TikTok just acts like it doesn't exist. Like, it's not there. But when I post a meme,
There's a squeeze.
It's there. Oh, wait. This trading video popped up for me. Hey. Okay. They don't always pop up. It's so weird.
Like Elizabeth said, I'm Latina and I can say it. Trust me, I can say it too.
Yeah, you can.
Got a pivot point on ES at 07. Wow, way to go, Elizabeth. Now you're going to get hit on by 90% of the guys in the chat. Oh, yep.
How you doing?
Well, no, bro, Rooster, you're doing this all wrong. She just told you she was Latina, and you hit her with a "How you doing?"
Oh my
You gotta hit her with that "¿Cómo estás, mami? ¿Cómo andas? ¿Todo bien?"
Em knows. Em knows.
¿A qué hora sales por el pan? You looking for a
Get me all revved up.
Matthew, papi, cálmate. Oh.
Rooster wants to be an influencer so bad. Bro, Rooster, what's your ex?
My question is, where's Cindy to the penny? I haven't seen him today. Way to go, guys. You guys scared off Elizabeth real fast.
Yeah.
Can take you guys anywhere. God.
She gone, man. Only females in the chat. Only women.
Look, we got
one of the only women in the chat. You guys scared her off.
Paris always holds it down for us, though.
Yeah, very true.
There's a decent amount of size on NQ up here. All the way into 500. I hope this
teach you
thing
guys
just
some
squeezes
manners.
like crazy so I can fade it.
What is a
No,
woman?
I know Frank's looking at it.
Great
too.
question.
Cindy made his month last week. There you go.
It's a bit of a debate, Jay, in our world at the moment.
Yeah, Dawes. I mean, if this pushes through right here, there's a lot of room upside. What's popping the market? Well, I mean, this is just a trend, right? Trend consolidate, trend consolidate. There's no headlines really. I mean, a few things are coming out right now, but it's not. It's nothing to do with the actual scenario. You just have shorts getting that got really offside that have been getting ran over and trended on all day. Just we get a trender here, you know? Just download trender. Swipe right.
What you need a wet floor sign for, Grandpa?
I got ran over and spat on. I'm not laughing. Hey, we're laughing with you, brother. We've all been there. I like what Monitive the other day. I was talking to him about software on Stocks on Spaces, and he said he said they killed software, buried it, and then bombed the gravesite. And I can think of a few days where I was trading, where that was me, where I was trying to short a trend day like this, and I got killed, buried, and then they bombed the grave.
Yeah.
Been there.
Stones may break my mold.
Y arriba las tóxicas. Who's honking?
Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
That's how it is down here.
Dímelo, papi. There's just somebody saying hi to some. Actually, it's a stupid crosswalk in front of your building.
Yeah.
People always honk and get mad at each other right there.
I know. Yeah. Definitely I like the spot we're in for the age that I am. But when I get older, I'm going to want to go somewhere a little more. Like when I'm raising a family, wife and kids, I want to be a little more,
getting more of a
secluded. Yeah. And there's actually some really good spots, some really good like English schools here. So. But it's good right now, for sure. I've basically seen the area I want to live in, though. And you'd probably think it's Dorado Beach. It's not.
Dude, I want you to, your Spanish lesson of the day, you got to read this. First, read it, and then tell me what it says.
No tengo dinero, no sabes matemáticas, yo tengo una novia. Ella es muy tóxica.
It's not the
I don't have money. I don't have money. No, I forget what sabes is, but matemáticas is obviously mathematics. Ya tú sabes. Oh, I don't know mathematics. Okay, yeah. I don't know math.
You don't.
I have a very toxic girlfriend. So
I have a girlfriend and she's very toxic.
Yeah.
There you go.
We got it. The only word that I had to work on there was sabes, and it's funny that I didn't know that because I've been saying that a lot, but I didn't connect it. It's because I haven't used that word in another sentence except for ya tú sabes.
Yeah, so. That one's big. You got to get that one down.
Yeah.
Si sabes, no sabes. Yo sé, no sé.
No sé. I don't think I sound horrible when I'm speaking it, though. I think I'm all right. Doing all right. It's more just the cadence in which I speak. I need to get that down a little bit more. What part of PR? It's a little more... What direction would it be? Let me look. It's like more towards Arecibo. So like past Dorado and all that. It's like 45 minutes away from here or so.
All right, Rooster. Rooster's out of here. 15 minutes, 7 minutes until MOC.
I still need to go down to Aguadilla.
Aguadilla. Yeah, what a
Get
ripper
fucked
last. Yeah,
tonight.
the daily is pretty crazy here. For those of you that may be new, slow markets, we just sit here and hang out with each other, have fun with chat. No no trades to see you right now.
Not at the moment.
I mean, you're not gonna long up here.
No.
And you're
And like, are you really gonna short like
yeah,
right now? And there's no like
200.
structure broken, anything. You just have a Caesar, yeah.
What you can do is like the stream, tell a friend, use code Wolf at your favorite prop firm.
We're on My Funded Futures now.
I need
Go.
I need to hit up those guys again for My Funded Futures. They want to come on and give away accounts.
Oh, let's go. Yeah, we should do that. Yeah, My Funded Futures is rolling. Lucid's been cooking. You guys like Lucid? Tradify is still running 40% off, I believe. Vanquish is running 50% off still as well. If you guys want some options accounts.
Live Nation, LYV, major data breach is a headline coming out right now. LYV, Live Nation.
Wolf letters are worn out on my keyboard. I use the coupon so much. That's what we like to hear. Wait. Taking a picture of that comment, Boris. It's fire. We're using that as a post. I want you to know, Boris. We're using that comment. I got into trading around the time the Iran war started. Is it normally this hard? Oh my lordy. I'm so sorry. Like, let me just like formally apologize. That is like, this is the first trading environment that you're being exposed to. Cause boy, it's wild. And it's very difficult, I would say, like to trade off the headlines as well. It can be really, really rough. It's probably what a lot of people are trying to do that are first coming in. So, no, it's not normally this. I'm not going to say hard because hard is always going to be different depending on what strategy you're trading. Like I've done very well in this environment recently. Like there was a moment when we were chopping back and forth on the bigger time frame pretty consistently when everything first started and things were rough. Wasn't getting many setups for me, but things have been really good since we've been having like good movement in the market, in my opinion, for me at least. And we like that volatility, right? But it can be difficult for new traders. So it's not necessarily this volatile is what I'm going to say. And this crazy and this like driven off headlines, which does make it difficult. So
yeah,
to answer your question, I guess no. Right.
The market, I don't want to say that the market has been like super hard, but what I do think is that people try to approach every market the same in every situation the same, and that's where they get ran over.
You do have to have that some form of discretion, you know.
You have to have some discretion. You have to have some sizing discretion. You have to know like certain environments you take profits quicker. Certain environments you look for things to actually run to full targets. And your risk reward changes on each of those, like based on the market conditions. And right now, like this is the type of market where less is more for most people. And everything we're saying is for most people. There's some people that this is the type of market they thrive in, and they suck at other types of markets. Like for me, I trade in normal conditions the most. Like when I say normal conditions, like no crazy headlines really happening. We're not just grinding at all-time highs either. Just straight, middle of the road type of conditions. That's where I know I trade the best, and where I know I don't trade the best is when VIX is at 28, or when we're at 12 and we're at all-time highs, like somewhere in the middle. And I found that out from getting wrecked as I was learning to trade. You figure out, you back test, you review your trades, you figure out where your system works, where it doesn't work.
Yeah. Manny, to answer your question, why do you think you've done so well in this environment? Can you just go to a daily chart on...
You want to throw your screen up, or can you?
Yeah.
Because I like seeing I like when you go through your stuff.
Yeah.
And it just looks better when you go through it on yours. And I've been trying to learn your stuff. So.
I got you.
Let's do that. MOC is about to hit, by the way. Hold on.
Okay. Let's keep an eye on that too.
Let's get this MOC in 30 seconds, and then we'll...
Yeah. Here, I'll set on the lower time frame first. Looking at MOC, and I'll go through it a little bit.
All right. I hope it rips so I can fade it.
And then I'm not really going to go through my trade. I'll talk about that on... I'll make a video
There's
for
your
tonight.
top.
Oh boy, there you go.
NVIDIA is a huge buy side. 2.6 million. Apple's a buy side. Intel buy side. Like this number is going to be decent. There's your full target on in Q from here to 25. I feel like you could fade it. I think I'm going to try it small here. 05 up to 25.
Cooking. He's trying it. What was the actual overall number? 1.9 billion buy side. Billion. Cooking. Well, yeah, to answer your question, Manny, it's pretty simple. I mean, we look back on the market here when all the craziness was really starting. In this period where, look at from February to midway through March, we were just going nowhere. And so the market was heavily consolidating on a big time frame too. This isn't a 15-minute chart. This isn't a 5-minute chart or even an hour. Like this is a daily chart, you know what I mean? And we're just going back and forth in this range. That's how many bars? That's straight, almost a month straight of just chopping. And so that environment for me was a lot more rough, right? A lot more failed setups. I really had to pick my spots. Like I hit break even on a lot of trades, which is better than losing, but like it was just a rough environment. Or like I would just show up for a week straight and not see any setups that I would be willing to take, which seems wild, but it's like, look at what the market's doing here, right? As soon as we started expanding out of this, which was like not that long ago, just at the end of last month, is when I really started to pick things back up. Because why? Because we're expanding away from this range. It's simple. When the market's expanding a bit more, we're going to have cleaner setups. It's going to be easier to read the market. It's going to be more efficient. Price is going to deliver the way that like you expect it to, or at least for my system, the way I expect it to. It doesn't necessarily deliver as well in this type of range, right? Even here, at least, even though we're chopping back and forth here, you can see within these ranges, we're creating a lot of a lot of gaps, right? There's what I use fair value gaps everywhere, right? Whereas in this range, there's no fair value gaps anywhere. So basically, fair value gaps equal efficiency for me because they equal displacement in one direction or another. They're creating an imbalance in price. So it literally creates opportunity for me. When we're sitting in a range creating no gaps on a bigger time frame, it cooks me, right? And I have to know those environments and be able to really pick and choose my spots if I am taking any trades, like really like high quality trades, or just sit out. Like it's fine to sit out for even a month. If that's what it takes, I don't care. I'll save money. I'll sit back. I'll come back. I'll capitalize when the market is efficiently moving like we have been here, like we have been since those lows, right? Like look at this market. So it's pretty simple. We're expanding, right? When market's expanding, I do better. When we're chopping in a tight range and not creating any imbalances, I don't do as well. And I need to learn to sit back, similar to like how Emp has his spots like all-time highs. It's not like the trading environment for him. Similar to me, like this is really not the trading environment for me. This is okay only because imbalances are being created within the range. So I hope that makes a little more sense. But those imbalances for me just equal displacement, which equals opportunity. Some form of direction or manipulation is happening, right? Which is the markets I want to trade in. I don't want to trade in those heavy accumulation markets.
All right, I'm short a 520 average here into the close. See what happens.
Heard that. I'll throw your screen back up. For anybody that wants to see like me go over my trade from today, I'll make a video and I'll post it tonight. So you'll see that later. I'm short in this. Savage. I chase longs, happy. Let's go. Would you believe my trade was short today? It was like solid too. It was just quick. I didn't size my evals heavy enough though, because I have some extra evals that I'm trying to get past fast, and I accidentally didn't set up my trade syncer correctly to where, like, I forgot to basically set it up to where it'll like take more contracts on the evals rather than my funded. Screwed up there, but we still made money. And that's solid, bullish bear. At least you bought yourself a little more time, right? That account was stupid enough to dig such a big hole in the first place. I agree, but it's okay. It happens. We learn from it. Try and not make that mistake again, right? Sometimes you get in those just modes of being okay with like, oh, I'll just let it draw down. But oh my gosh, cooking. I also only made money before 11 o'clock. And I think that helped me because price was much better all day up until that point.
Amp, you in this?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, you should be. You'll be fine. You're just gonna have to, I don't know how much higher it can go, but maybe a little bit.
We're hitting NFP right here.
In what, Qs?
Qs. Like I want to add to it, but I want it to like die off a little bit first. I just added a little bit, but
Would have failed.
Because I'm afraid they're going to run all the way to the close and then, you're too early.
Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah, come on. Drop 20 points at least. There's our bell. Ding, 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 ding.
Come on, drop it now. Drop it like it's hot.
It may take 10 or 15 minutes. I hope not.
Yeah.
What a day. What did we close up? 1% exactly on Qs. 0.98 on SPY. Or SPX 1% even.
Order filled.
Come on, oil. Rip it.
Come on, pull it in. I'll just duck this thing back down to the 20s. Come on, shoot it down. Make a grand total of nothing on this trade, probably. Yeah. Oh, they're holding it.
Filled.
Yep. A lot vendor. I don't even know where you get long this thing now.
One of these giant 4-hour gaps we created. If we can retest it. That's all I can look for.
Hey, what do you probably long 300 tonight? If it even gets down there.
Yeah, I was looking like lower 247.50 into that 4-hour gap, but we have a 4-hour gap that's going to be created above that first. But what I like better is, let's say this is the high that we just put in. Let's just say it is. Might not be perfectly, but even if we go up higher, 50% of this range, that first gap that would be at like 400 where we could see a bounce, is above the 50%, which means it's not really a discounted area that I want to look at or care about as much. So I'd rather see market run through that and get to the next one, which is like 300s, 240s, just under the 50% in discount of the range. But with these freaking headlines and shit, it might not get there. That's the thing. It's a problem.
Yeah, I don't want to sit here and watch this thing for another however long.
Order filled. Filled.
I don't want to add more to this and sit here in the next few, whatever. I have to pee like a racehorse.
Buddy's been at that seat all day.
I haven't eaten, I haven't peed.
Ugh. Chat, we're in the decompress mode, if you couldn't tell. After market closes, we decompress for a little bit, hang out with everybody. Just for a minute. Oh boy. Almost spilled that.
All right, be right back. I gotta pee.
Well, the new ads that I made last week, 3 days in a row. So yeah, I mean, if you are in good stocks, you're probably doing pretty well this last week. Even if you're not in good stocks, you probably have seen a nice bounce. But you know, if you have a distributed portfolio, you're probably not too off the mark this year. If you're in a bunch of garbage, momentum, overpriced stuff, that
I can hear.
in February,
Right.
yeah,
I can hear stock talk.
you know, that's a lesson about portfolio distribution for some people. You know, in my community, we
He's
have
going into
thousands
his weekly Monday lesson.
Yeah.
a lot of different members.
I like stock talk.
It's good. It's good. Yeah. It's good.
No, he's very good.
Who are struggling, at least from what I've seen, are just over
Very smart guy.
concentrated in
Very good trader.
positions. And sometimes that can pay off. You know, if you make a big bet and you want to get gamble and the stock you're in 50% of your portfolio with does well.
That last push up to 62. I had 62.75. I had like 20 contracts at 62. I brought my average way up. And I got stopped out on some. So I'm in good shape here. I just need it to come in 15, 20 points, and I'll call it a day.
Fell back below 100 intraday.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to just get.
Basically pulled up a pretty major reversal from pre-market levels.
Trying to get this to drop down back to like basically my average. I'll get out.
Above 62. I just have all these red lines where there's just orders lined up to get sold. In case it popped again. I only got one off, but I would have gotten like a lot off if it really.
Some people, depending on your opinion.
I just know I'm running out of daylight.
Yeah, I think you'll be
fine. Moves is bad news. When the market stops being vulnerable to bad news, that's
could take 15, 20 minutes though.
And the gap up that we got last week that pulled us back above the 200-day moving average, like it is going.
Thing is, you're so patient all day. When you finally get into it, you got to be a little patient.
The way you should think of.
Especially when it's been running, running up, and now you're looking for it to back test.
For those of you that watch hockey or whatever, you think of the ball if you watch soccer. You should think of the 200-day moving average as the puck. And when you're trading above the 200-day moving average, the Bulls have the puck. And when you're trading below the 200-day moving average, the Bears have the puck. It's really like I hate to oversimplify things because then people go, "Oh, you're saying it's that easy to make money in markets." From a technical standpoint, it really is that simple. When you're above the 200-day moving average, the Bulls are in control of the puck, and it's on them to lose it. And when you're below the 200-day moving average, the Bears are in control, and it's on them to lose it. And the Bears did lose the puck when that catalyst came out that they were willing to meet with Iran and Iran.
I almost want to like swing short, but that sounds dangerous.
47 years. I mean, whatever you think of the results of the meeting, that in and of itself is
a big daily candle.
Right? And clearly, again,
oh, we tapped into a daily.
That's the market's opinion on what is going on. Right? The market is leaning into
this is fake wick on QQQ. That's crazy.
And so I just defer to the market in times like this because it's too complicated to sit there all day and go, what are the implications of this? What are the implications of that? What might happen to oil? How long might the blockade last? How many ships are really going through? That's too difficult. Like as a retail investor, to put the burden on yourself to make those predictions, and not only make those predictions about the conflict, but then tie those predictions about the conflict with what the second and third order effects are going to be in the economy. Like you have to be a special type of arrogant, no offense, to think that you can do that.
They really spiked up to 626?
No. No.
What is that?
617.96 is the actual high. It was.
So what is that wick? That's bullshit then.
It's a bullshit wick. Look at the 1 minute.
Whenever I see news come over the weekend, the very first thing that crosses my mind is, okay, how are the markets going to react on Monday? That's the cue. It's not, oh, this is a bad headline. I should sell everything in the open on Monday. Like that's noobish behavior. You should never ever think like that. It's your job to defer to the market, in my view. And right now, the market is it's acting fine. Right? Is oil still a little high? Yeah, I would have liked oil to continue to float up here.
Well, I'm just gonna sit in this for a little bit longer. Let's see if we can track back down to the 30s. Just get out break even. I don't think, unless we get some news, I don't think anything's just gonna send it crazy here. But 3 more minutes at options market closes, we should get a little bit of a pullback. All right, chat. Jordy, Frank.
All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Great day, boys. Great day. Shout out to the chat hanging out with us. Like and subscribe. We'll be back tomorrow. Ryan will be live early, as always. I'll be on in the afternoon. We're going to have another great day. Hopefully a great Tuesday. I think we got PPI. Yeah, we got PPI tomorrow in the morning, so watch out for that at 8:30. But other than that, let's have another great day of trading, y'all. Peace out. We love y'all.
Bing bong.
Bing bong. Oh, you gotta throw a little howl in there. Peace, y'all.